never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism that his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. It came after he was asked if he'd taken a moment to consider his language.
Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term was bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. There's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The 39-year-old Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's due to address the Republican National Convention later this week. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the US Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
US Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has warned that the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas said he still has 100% confidence in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. FSN's Benji Hire reports from Washington.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance. who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. A judge in Florida has dismissed the criminal case against Donald Trump on charges of mishandling top-secret documents. On Monday, Judge Aileen Cannon granted the defence motion to throw out the case because of how the special prosecutor was appointed. The ruling removes a major legal hurdle facing the former president ahead of November's presidential election. All of that coming just days after he survived an assassination attempt in the US state of Pennsylvania. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
In a week where luck is well and truly on Donald Trump's side, another win for the former president. His lawyers had argued that appointing special counsel Jack Smith as prosecutor for the classified documents case was improper, namely that it violated the appointments clause of the US Constitution. And now Judge Aileen Cannon says she agrees, dismissing the case entirely. Last year, Trump pleaded not guilty to taking classified documents from the White House and storing them in a bedroom, a ballroom, and even a shower.
Rebuilding and removing all of the rubble from Gaza, the UN says, will cost between $500 and $600 million. This latest UN assessment comes as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th month, with parts of Gaza completely destroyed. FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from United Nations headquarters in New York.
With the war still raging on, the United Nations says close to 140,000 buildings had been damaged in Gaza. Of these, it says just over a quarter were completely destroyed and about a tenth severely damaged. In May this year, the world body said that rebuilding homes in Gaza destroyed during the conflict could take until 2040, with the total cost of reconstruction across the territory costing as much as $40 billion. It says schools, health facilities, roads, sewers and other critical infrastructure have all suffered massive damage. Jody Jacobs, New York.
That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, and just like that, we cross over the midnight hour. So we're rolling into a brand new day. Here we go again, just like that. Wow. Monday. Hey, the greatest day of the week in the books. Time zone to time zone, we will progressively work our way into the 16th day of July. There you go. Hope your week's off to a good start. Lots to cover. Where do we begin? Well, first things first, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Coming to you live from our secret bunker here in southwestern Ohio, where it's a clear night, 80 degrees at the midnight hour, and that's the official reading from the International Airport. Wow. It's a warm, muggy one out there. Well, as we progress through the overnight hours, things may be changing. Got quite the weather situation unfolding live at this hour. Forecasters, it's not reached the criteria yet, but we've used the term derecho numerous times in recent years. If this line holds together, as it appears, according to forecasters, it very well may, by the time the sun comes up in the morning, we may be recording an official derecho. The tornado sirens have been wailing in northwestern portions of Indiana, north central portions of Indiana at this hour, with numerous tornado warnings, all along with this frontal system. And I'll tell you what, in the last 3 hours alone, we've seen several dozen tornado warnings and damaging straight-line winds along this front, pretty much across the board. We're talking every county from southwestern and south-central Michigan through north-central Indiana down into west-central, moving into central Indiana. Indianapolis will be coming into play here within probably the hour, then on down into east-central portions of Illinois. That's the leading edge of this squall line, which has been producing wind gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour for several hours now. And again, numerous tornado warnings. It's the classic signature on the radar of a bow echo, which indicates strong straight-line winds along the leading edge. Right now, we can say from Kalamazoo, Michigan, you are right there in the bullseye on the northern edge. The heaviest winds have passed through and now east of the Chicago area. Lafayette, Indiana, it's right there on your doorstep. You extend on down in the next hour, say, this line extending all the way down into Effingham, Illinois. Moving off to the east and southeast. This is a cold front. The focus for showers and thunderstorms. Moving southeastward after a couple rounds of severe weather over the weekend. Storms were a bit more spotty in nature by Monday morning from northern Minnesota, the southern Minnesota, and parts of South Dakota. But they have reorganized through the late afternoon and evening hours. AccuWeather says the derecho risk from Monday night into Tuesday morning. They mentioned last week for this particular weather pattern, there is the potential for a long-lived severe thunderstorm complex packing high wind gusts. When these complexes cover a distance of 400 miles with consistent high winds or wind damage reports, a derecho may be declared by the National Weather Service. We saw these storms erupt Monday evening into the nighttime hours in parts of Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois, now rolling into Indiana. This could evolve into a derecho. As we mentioned, the storms have passed through the Chicago and Milwaukee areas. There is the risk this complex may push all the way to the Ohio River as a derecho into the early morning hours here of Tuesday. In the past, with derecho events, we've seen considerable crop and property damage and long-lasting regional power outages. Now, further to the east, we only had a few spotty thunderstorms that developed over the weekend. Forecasters are concerned of a more widespread risk of severe weather as we head toward midweek here. These storms will have plenty of heat and humidity to work with, along with some of the energy left over from these storms that affected the Ohio Valley. Tornadic activity should be negligible in the Northeast. It's going to be more of the damaging straight-line winds and heavy downpours. It looks like the cities along the I-95 corridor could have some thunderstorms, but the suburbs to the north and west would be more likely to see that severe weather. As the cooler, drier air arrives in the wake of this front through the day ahead, Tuesday, finally ending the severe weather threat from Minnesota and Wisconsin. But the hot, humid air and the advancing cold front continues to bring severe weather further to the south and the east. Another pocket with more extensive coverage of severe weather will exist over parts of upstate New York later in the day today. Now, regarding the heat, the exact timing of these storms will impact the high temperatures. Places like St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Scranton, Pennsylvania, on up to Albany, New York, you may run a few degrees lower if some of these storms move through those areas before the late afternoon hours. But again, at this point in time, there is an advanced line of showers pushing through northeastern Indiana, moving into northwest Ohio. But that main line, again, is sweeping through north-central portions of Indiana. Let's just pull up the latest when it comes to, we've seen numerous tornado warnings. Right now, it looks like most of the warnings that are coming in are just for the straight-line winds in the form of severe thunderstorms, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So I'll pull up the power outage map and see if those numbers are on the rise in that region of the country. Speaking of power outages, the numbers are down pretty significantly, but they're in Texas, where they've been dealing for over a week now, as the frustration has continued to mount. Texas Governor Greg Abbott this past day threatening to issue an executive order forcing CenterPoint Energy to improve the reliability of their equipment and their level of storm preparedness if they fail to address his concerns in the wake of Hurricane Beryl. Now, I'm looking at the latest numbers. Texas is down now to 145,000 outages. It was still in excess of 300,000 24 hours ago. So they've been making steady progress, but for many in that state, it's just not enough. Now, I do see here in the state of Illinois, yes, with these straight line winds, 388,000 power outages being reported there in the state of Illinois. I'll assume Indiana may start ramping up here as this line progresses through that state through the overnight early morning hours. Right now, it's just 10,000 plus in the state of Indiana, but those numbers will undoubtedly go up. We know it was a hurricane, Category 1, that knocked out much of the power in the Houston area. Beryl. Several days of hot weather with no air conditioning, struggling to find safe drinking water, food, and cool shelters. CenterPoint has restored power to 1.9 million customers since Beryl hit, according to their statement on Sunday. They expected to have power back on for 90% of impacted customers by the end of the day Monday. And it looks like they're pretty, that's based on the number there, 145,000 without power. But the governor singled out CenterPoint as having, quote, repeatedly failed to deliver power to customers for extended periods. He sent a letter to the Public Utilities Commission chairman asking for an investigation. What are the reasons for CenterPoint's failures? How do we fix this? I will work with legislators to craft laws to improve power reliability. But here's the important part. We are still in hurricane season right now. Solutions can't wait until next season. They need them now to minimize power disruptions as we respond to tropical weather for the remainder of the summer into this fall. Now, also, if CenterPoint does not comply, I will demand the Public Utilities Commission reject CenterPoint's request to recover a profit and pending requests before the Public Utilities Commission. They're kind of cracking down. Abbott also noted the utility admitted many of the outages caused by the hurricane were related to trees falling on power lines. CenterPoint is responsible for eliminating the vegetation before a hurricane hits. Some reports show that CenterPoint spends far less per customer on vegetation removal than some other power providers. The governor demanded the utility eliminate all vegetation issues by the end of August. He also noted the company claimed to have assembled thousands of additional linemen and other personnel to speed up the recovery. However, he said some reports said many of these workers were slow to respond for various reasons. One was training workers after the hurricane hit, rather than training those workers before the hurricane hit. Another was in regards to positioning workers. In some cases, positioning workers days after the hurricane was gone, rather than positioning these workers immediately after the hurricane had left. He also said we could reconsider the size of CenterPoint's territorial region if they can't fix the ongoing issues. Maybe they have too large of an area for them to be able to manage adequately. It's time to reevaluate whether or not CenterPoint should have such a large territory. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick also criticizing the utility company on the news Sunday at a news conference, saying that the jobs of any CenterPoint employee, whether you're at the top or any part of management who oversaw this response or preparation, your job is on the line. He says, quote, "I know everybody at CenterPoint who's in an air-conditioned office is watching. There's a freight train coming. You just heard it. You better be prepared. We will not and cannot tolerate this." Strong words for the utilities there in the state of Texas. All right, so we'll get to who we got. Check it in as we get the new day underway. I think I lost my stream chat. I apologize. So, hey, we'll take care of getting a quick time out here. And, we'll get to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's see what we can find here. Good afternoon, Hammerdown. Hello, Larry. A little wet here, 73 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round number 1 to Schenectady. Gypsy Driver, good morning, Steve. And the best informed, ladies and gentlemen, 73 clear for the moment. Here in mid-Michigan, severe weather possibly on the way. Yeah, I went out to our local diner for breakfast, took a sip of coffee and said, "Miss, this coffee tastes like mud." She said, "Well, of course, it's fresh ground." Please stay safe out there on the roads tonight. Hello to Dave, rather. Good morning, Steve, and the entire family. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. Yeah, well, first night of the Republican National Convention. I thought things went very well. Yes, and it was many in attendance were pleasantly surprised when Donald Trump actually showed up. Word had kind of spread that after what transpired over the weekend, he probably wasn't going to be there till, I don't think he's supposed to speak till, is it Thursday night? So, yeah, folks were really energized when Trump showed up this past evening. Michael, good evening or good morning from Joliet, Illinois. We're parked for the night. Tornado warning just north of our location. 10 across the city of Chicago and suburbs. It was a heck of a storm. Yeah, those tornado warnings have been pushing off to the east there in northern Indiana. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Tuesday. My last day of staycation. In about 21 hours or so, I should be back in the saddle once again. Please be weather aware tonight, especially from I-65 eastward and the Ohio River northward. They're already talking about, yes, I mentioned derecho with that line that's barreling through Indiana tonight. We're clear and humid, 75 degrees from a couple miles off I-75, exit 94 here in Ohio. Yeah, we'll all be anxiously watching for that. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to me. It's clear and 81% humidity. Feels like 88 at this hour at the Memphis International Airport. Also, we've got an excessive heat warning as well. We'll call in later in the program. Anthony, good morning, Steve. Down here in Fredonia, Kansas, where it's a balmy 87 degrees. Yet heading up to Gibbon, Nebraska for a morning delivery of bovines. Hope everybody has a great upcoming day. All right, good to have you on board. Dave in the heart of Texas. Good morning, Steve. Overnight drivers 79, mostly clear, deep in the heart of Texas. Energy companies reporting about 90% of the outages have been restored. Cleanup and recovery continues. God bless America. Be safe out there. Double Trucker checks in, 75 degrees, Lodi, Ohio, waiting on my set to arrive. Yeah, we'll be looking forward to the latest on the assassination attempt. Yeah, Secret Service security detail was slow to react, and the head should step down. Now, this past day, she said what happened was unacceptable, but she will not apparently plan to be resigning. This event just showed the whole world that the U.S. is not as strong and prepared to handle anything that may happen to us. These are scary times we live in. Yes, indeed they are. All right, did we have Buckeye Boy? Somewhere in the mix, I saw him there. Let's see, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy, the midnight hour. The guessing game is over. The announcement officially made. Cackles has her work cut out for her. J.D. Vance will mop the floor with her in a vice president debate. The stage has been set for the next 12 years, 4 more with battle-hardened Donald Trump, then 8 possibly with J.D. 844-844-3388 are the digits to hit. Be a part of the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Give us a ring. Tell Steve and us nocturnal listeners your thoughts on Trump's vice presidential pick. So snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume. Let's get the party started here. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. All right, so yeah, good to have all of our friends on board, checking things out of the box as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday. All right, yes, so J.D. Vance, how about that? That was any surprises? We knew he had been on the final list, for the Final Four, as they were referring to it, for a number of weeks now. And according to the trucking industry headlines, they wasted no time in responding to say they like that pick. J.D. Vance, a vocal supporter of the trucking industry, while he was in Washington, particularly owner-operators. So Trump has picked his running mate, who is on the record of supporting some of truckers' top legislative priorities. More on that coming up here.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism that his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. It came after he was asked if he'd taken a moment to consider his language.
Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. There's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The 39-year-old Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's due to address the Republican National Convention later this week. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the US Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old. Caroline Malone, Washington.
US Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has warned that the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas said he still has 100% confidence in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. FSN's Benji Hire reports from Washington.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. FreightWaves was quick to respond to the announcement of J.D. Vance being named as Trump's vice presidential pick at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. J.D. is a co-sponsor of the Truck Parking Improvement Act that dedicates $755 million in grant money over the next 3 years specifically for expanding truck parking. He is also a sponsor of the DRIVE Act, the legislation that would prohibit the FMCSA from requiring trucks to be equipped with speed limiting devices. A highly controversial rulemaking that the FMCSA has now kicked down to May of next year. Both of those bills represent major lobbying efforts by the Owner-Operator Independent Truck Drivers Association. George O'Connor, a spokesman spoke to FreightWaves from OOIDA, said we are a nonpartisan organization, but unabashedly pro-trucker. We will work with anyone and everyone who supports our members' priorities, regardless of party affiliation. There's no question that it's helpful to have someone advising the president with a proven pro-trucker legislative record. Now, J.D., known for his populist conservatism that sometimes runs counter to traditional Republican viewpoints, also supports a rail safety bill the Democrats in Congress have been trying to get passed in the aftermath of the Norfolk Southern train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, which, of course, that's J.D.'s home state. At the same time, he wants to repeal tax incentives for electric vehicles, including those for commercial vehicles. Trump himself stirred up populist support among owner-operators in May of 2020. When they got the former president's attention during the weeks-long rally along Constitution Avenue there in D.C. Drivers at the time were protesting against brokers, allegedly gouging them on rates, taking an unfair advantage in the spot market. Brokers, of course, refuted the allegations, countering that there's simply not enough freight to support the amount of carrier capacity that's still in the market. That was brought in during the initial stages of the pandemic. C&I Dog is on board, and I guess give us a full report. What's going on? You got the Chicago weather update for us?
Yes, earlier it started to get windy, checking the radar and seeing this big mass coming towards our way. A lot more of the mass was a little bit further down south. When we left, the wind started picking up, and then we had the heavy rain. Had ponding on the road. As we got further south, we got onto 57, and there was construction barrels, and the wind must have blew them into the roadway. It's like strategically dropped in different spots, so it's like an obstacle course trying to get through. As you head a little bit further south, there's a Care Bear on the shoulder. State police got his lights flashing because there's a couple of trees that came down into the roadway, at least two.
Mm-hmm.
And then we did see a four-wheeler in the center median in the ditch. The ditch was slightly filled with water. But I think most of it has passed the Chicago area. And
yes.
Prayers for everybody out to the east and northeast of there. I'm still training Robert here. He's doing good. And he really likes your show. And so trying to talk him to calling you and maybe a little bit later this week. I'll be enjoying the show.
All
Be
right.
safe.
Thank you so much for the update. You have a great morning. Be safe out there. And this line is just racing across the state of Indiana. The line now moving into northeastern portions of Indiana, sweeping down through the Indianapolis area. Looks like the line's going to stay east of St. Louis. But still prompt. Have not seen any additional tornado warnings issued here in the last little bit, but continue to come in with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. It's kind of more of a straight line wind event sort of scenario now. And, we'll see if the power outage numbers are ticking higher. Lines available at 844-844-3388 with the announcement of J.D. Vance. Some call him the Nostradamus of pollsters. A guy by the name of Frank Luntz, when he talks elections. So when this noted pollster has something to say, America's political establishment sits up and listens. He may work for Republican causes, but the focus group czar has provided his prognosticating talents to a wide array of politicians, television networks, Fortune 500 companies for decades. His takeaways from day one of the Republican National Convention: full steam ahead for a Trump ticket bolstered by Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, will likely alarm Democrats that are desperate to avert the tycoon's return to the Oval Office. In an AFP interview, Luntz discussed what Vance brings to the Trump campaign and takes stock of the state of the race 4 months ahead of Trump's rematch with Joe Biden. What does Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance offer? Clearly, it will have an impact on Ohio, but Ohio has been going Republican anyway. Pennsylvania, I'm not sure, because Trump is winning those votes on his own. Now, what picking J.D. Vance does is that it offers continuity. It says that when Trump is done, there is someone to follow in his footsteps. That's number one. Number two, Ohio is one of the most important states in the United States Senate. To control the Senate, and having Vance on the ticket is great for the Republican nominee there. So this could have an impact on who wins the Senate in November. Thirdly, he's tough. That blue collar, that working class, that understanding of voters who traditionally were Democrats and have now found a home with Donald Trump. He emphasizes that. He's written about it, and he has the intellectual backing for what Trump feels instinctively. What do your focus groups tell you that they're looking for in a vice president was the next question. Well, the answer, he said, someone who can step into the job on day one, someone who will not differ that much from the president. because they're still voting for the president and someone who takes their job seriously. And that's the problem with the current vice president, Kamala Harris. Too many people think she doesn't take her job seriously. Next question. If the election were held today, what would the result be? If the election were held today, he says, Donald Trump is the next president. But the election is not being held today. We have a convention. Democrats have a convention. Maybe there will be one more debate. But no doubt Donald Trump is in the driver's seat, not just because of polling, because of intensity. A Trump supporter today will be a Trump voter in November. Joe Biden cannot make the same claim at this point. They don't have the same kind of intensity on the Democrat side that the Republicans do. Again, the very, very famous looked at pollster. Now, there was I say this is another big blow to the Democrat witch hunt scenarios against Trump. Chuck Schumer wasted no time in saying, no, this can't happen. Chuck Schumer Monday calling the U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon's ruling to dismiss the classified documents case against Donald Trump, a breathtakingly misguided ruling. If you'll recall, of all these various cases brought against Trump, you had Georgia, you had the document case, we had New York, of course, and I've lost track. This was the case that all the experts and analysts said at the onset would likely be potentially the most damaging to Donald Trump. Schumer said this dismissal flies in the face of long-accepted practice and repetitive judicial prudence. It's wrong on the law and must be appealed immediately. Cannon dismissed special counsel Jack Smith's classified documents case against Trump this past day. Now, Cannon, who was appointed by Trump, granted the defense motion to dismiss the case, voiding a prosecution that at the time it was brought, as I just mentioned, was seen as the most perilous of the multiple legal threats Trump faced. Lawyers for Trump had argued Smith was illicitly appointed in violation of the Constitution's Appointments Clause and that his office was improperly funded by the Justice Department. Smith's team had contested the argument during hearings before Cannon, and that was taking place last month. Another massive blow to the Democrats trying to stop Trump in any way possible. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. We head over to the latest on the weekend attempted assassination attempt. Calls for what transpired here. The head of the Secret Service said the agency will participate fully in the independent review of the assassination attempt on President Trump. The review of how it was allowed to happen, that was ordered by President Joe Biden. Kimberly Cheadle is the director. She said this past day that in addition to the review, the Secret Service will also work with Congress on any oversight action. She released a statement Monday saying Secret Service personnel on the ground moved quickly during the incident, with our counter-sniper team neutralizing the shooter and our agents implementing protective measures to ensure the safety of former President Trump. Now, CNN also reported that the Secret Service did not sweep that building where the shooter was located. Supposedly, they had put that off on local law enforcement to conduct security at that particular business. Typically, they say, Secret Service will work with local law enforcement to secure locations. At this point, it is not known which local law enforcement agency was supposed to be in charge of where the shooter was found. But his position, obviously, less than 150 yards from the stage where Trump was speaking. Former Secret Service agents speaking out about that failure to keep the president safe. A report from The Guardian said former agents spoke to the Associated Press that the shooter should not have been able to get to that roof, and the agency has to figure out how this lapse happened. It was either officers neglecting their posts or a security plan flaw. Stephen Kolo, who retired from the Secret Service, tells the AP the agency is going to have to go through the security plan and interview a number of people from the director on down. Now, this guy was with the agency for more than 27 years. He's been an assistant director when he retired, actually, in 2002. We had the former agent, Timothy McCarthy, who retired in 1994, told the AP that the Secret Service better be doing a deep dive into what happened there and doing whatever it takes to figure it out. This McCarthy was the guy that was wounded when President Ronald Reagan was shot by an attempted assassin in 1981. He asked, in reference to Trump's shooting, how did that happen? I mean, that's the key to the entire thing. What measures were put in place to prevent it? More questions than answered. Now, I believe I shared a link on my Facebook page this past day to this the video of this retired sniper from a team that once held the world record for longest confirmed kill, who says he has no doubts that the Trump rally gunman had help from, in his words, quote, an agency, an organization, or the government. Dallas Alexander, a 17-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, took to Instagram to share his opinion on what really happened at the fateful Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. With approximately 14 years experience as a sniper, including as protecting from major world leaders like the Canadian Prime Minister, he said, I'm very familiar with the layout of these types of things and what the job should be. And what happened, I have no doubts in my mind. The shooter had help from somewhere within an agency, organization, or the government. The second I saw the aerial photo of what they were saying happened, it made no sense to me, referring to the rooftop where the shooter shot at Trump from about 400 feet away. Alexander was a member of Joint Task Force 2, which held the world record for the longest confirmed kill at 2.2 miles in Iraq in 2017, until a Ukrainian Special Forces soldier beat that last year. But according to the veteran sniper, even a 7th grader would know the rooftop that Crooks climbed onto was the most blanking obvious place to check. You don't even need to be a sniper. It's the most blanking obvious thing, the most obvious place in the whole world, he said. You'd be like 7th grader, like, what do we have to do for security? Well, let's look at these rooftops that are almost within zeroing range on a rifle. Yeah, he went on to say that something happened. Something happened. I'm not pointing fingers, but it's just too obvious that this guy had to have help. Whether someone turned a blind eye or it was strategically planned, events like this, security like that, that's not a small thing. And that is the most obvious place to be. So kind of passing the buck as far as the Secret Service, onto the local law enforcement agency. Again, we don't know which department was responsible. Then word, I guess, confirmed this past day by the Associated Press that local law enforcement had been tipped off to this, the shooter, a full 30 minutes prior to the shots ringing out. All right, good morning from Debbie checking in. It's a warm 77 degrees here in Indiana. It appears that it's going to be a rocky kind of morning with storms coming through. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Yeah, school will be back in session for me next week. I'm not sure that I'm ready. Already? It's only July. Okay, I thought summer break lasted till like Labor Day. I don't know. I'm not sure when our grandkids go back to school, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get your calls coming up here. Feel free to jump on board at 844-844-3388. Well, it officially kicked off yesterday, Monday, right on the heels of last week's Operation Safe Driver Week that was supposed to be a nationwide event involving commercial vehicles and four-wheelers driving dangerously around commercial vehicles. Everyone I've talked to said it just seemed like a normal week. Nobody really even noticed any enhanced enforcement. This week, law enforcement agencies, they tell us, in 5 states are partnering for a major traffic enforcement effort that started yesterday, continues through July 21. Florida, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee partnering for Operation Southern Slowdown. During this week effort, police will be patrolling looking for dangerous driving behaviors like speeding that would likely contribute to a crash, while law enforcement will focus on strict enforcement of traffic laws. They'll also spend the week, they tell us, working to educate drivers about the risks associated with speeding and the benefits of adhering to speed limits. Operation Southern Slowdown is a focused, collaborative effort to enforce traffic laws and educate drivers on driving behaviors that lead to fatal crashes. We're striving to one day experience zero fatalities on our roadways. That's the word from the Florida Highway Patrol Colonel. Florida Highway Patrol proud to work with our law enforcement and public safety partners across state lines to provide a safer driving environment. All right, you're almost 3 times more likely to be involved in a fatal or serious injury crash when you are speeding. That word from the director of the Tennessee Office of Highway Safety. So, Operation Southern Slowdown underway. Watch your speed, I guess is the word this week. Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism that his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. It came after he was asked if he'd taken a moment to consider his language.
Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The 39-year-old Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's due to address the Republican National Convention later this week. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the US Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he is a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
US Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has warned that the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas said he still has 100% confidence in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. FSN's Benji Hire reports from Washington.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. A judge in Florida has dismissed the criminal case against Donald Trump on charges of mishandling top-secret documents. On Monday, Judge Eileen Cannon granted the defence motion to throw out the case because of how the special prosecutor was appointed. The ruling removes a major legal hurdle facing the former president ahead of November's presidential election. All of that coming just days after he survived an assassination attempt in the US state of Pennsylvania. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
In a week where luck is well and truly on Donald Trump's side, another win for the former president. His lawyers had argued that appointing special counsel Jack Smith as prosecutor for the classified documents case was improper, namely that it violated the appointments clause of the US Constitution. And now Judge Eileen Cannon says she agrees, dismissing the case entirely. Last year, Trump pleaded not guilty to taking classified documents from the White House and storing them in a bedroom, a ballroom, and even a shower.
Rebuilding and removing all of the rubble from Gaza, the UN says, will cost between $500 and $600 million. This latest UN assessment comes as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th month, with parts of Gaza completely destroyed. FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from United Nations headquarters in New York.
With the war still raging on, the United Nations says close to 140,000 buildings had been damaged in Gaza. Of these, it says just over a quarter were completely destroyed and about a tenth severely damaged. In May this year, the world body said that rebuilding homes in Gaza destroyed during the conflict could take until 2040. with the total cost of reconstruction across the territory costing as much as $40 billion. It says schools, health facilities, roads, sewers and other critical infrastructure have all suffered massive damage. Jody Jacobs, New York.
That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Let's roll into hour number 2. Closing out a Monday from time zone to time zone. I'll have to get a hold of Kyle and see if we get a full update. I'm all but certain Kyle was there with the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. I came across from some of the racing headlines, Green Handle Media. It's not the kind of excitement anyone planned for or wanted to see. at the Outlaw Diesel Super Series race in Bowling Green, but during the last round of Friday qualifying, Stainless Diesel's Pro Mod Corvette suffered a catastrophic failure and ultimately burned up at the end of Beach Bend Raceway, hindered by a smoke-filled cockpit. Driver John Gilbert managed to stay out of the wall and bring things to a quick stop, but while John was able to free himself from the race harness and exit the car in relative short order, he did suffer burns to his cheeks, nose, and hands, along with worrisome levels of smoke inhalation. He was then life-flighted to Vanderbilt University's renowned burn center in Nashville, Tennessee. Given the all clear from the hospital this past morning, John reached out to fill us in on his condition, the experience inside the car, and what may have caused the failure. Surprisingly, he recollects a lot of what occurred. Apparently, when the oil pan blew off, the fireball went under the car, blew out the firewall, and entered the cockpit almost instantly. He recalls, immediately, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anything from the time it blew up until I was out of the car 20 feet away from it. It is worth noting the engine's crankshaft, rods, and valve train were all intact following the incident. Although John trains for worst-case scenarios in full safety gear, nothing could prepare him for a fire suppression system that was unable to extinguish the flames. A melted steering wheel release, which burned his hands, or smoke and flame infiltrating his visor, destroying his mask, leaving second-degree burns on his nose and cheeks. He said, I pulled the fire bottles. It didn't even faze the fire. When John was finally free and able to get out of the cockpit, he found that the driver's side door was no longer there. Before all hell broke loose, the pass itself was impressive. John tells us the car was rocking. What the team hoped was a record-setting 4.0X tune-up. But following the explosion, and with the car engulfed in flames and smokes, it crossed the stripe in 4.13 seconds at 177 miles per hour. It is a lesson just how fast things can change when a violent failure takes place at these power levels. Back at Stainless Diesel's Northern Indiana headquarters, the failure analysis is ongoing with the goal of both determining the cause along with how to possibly prevent a repeat incident from occurring in the future. On top of his unpanicked, quick thinking, amid the fiery circumstances, John's safety equipment brought him enough time to escape the car with what amounts to severe yet non-life-threatening injuries. On behalf of the entire diesel industry, which has seen more than its fair share of crashes and tragedy in recent years, we're grateful he's okay. John also sends out a big thanks to everyone who reached out via phone call, text, email, messenger, or stopped by in person to wish him well. I'm not for certain whether John is one of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. I think he is, but again, I'd have to contact Kyle. But looking at what's left of that vehicle, wow, it was almost reminiscent of John Force being overcome by the flames and the smoke as he continues to recover from his fiery crash a few weeks ago. Well, good morning, Daryl. How you been?
Well, good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing well. I think Stryker is kind of suffering from, I don't know, what would you call it? He's not getting to work out and do his training like he likes to do. He's bored to death.
I imagine. How's the son's knee doing?
He started physical therapy this past day. Wife was just giving me an update. He had the one torn, I think, ligament. The other was a sprain. The sprain is healed, but they will have to do surgery on the torn ligament. But they said he should be on his feet in fairly short order, which that was a good news update.
Well, it sounds like the Secret Service could have used Stryker last week.
Yes, they could.
I understand that the radios of the sheriff, police don't go up to the Secret Service radios, and they're all on different channels, and that would cause all kinds of confusion in a mass group of all kinds of different officers trying to work at the same place. Have you heard Steve say anything about that? Radio communication problem.
Pappy was kind of trying to explain that on yesterday morning's program, how there are different frequencies, but the way he made it sound is, that if a word comes off that there's somebody at the Secret Service would be monitoring all those different frequencies. I don't know if there was a breakdown. Little by little information is trickling in, but I mean, supposedly the local law enforcement got word or spotted the shooter almost 30 minutes before he fired those shots, which 30 minutes, that's an eternity in something like this.
Correct. And they said the guy bear clawed his way up that building. I don't know what bear clawing is, but it'd be like climbing a rock wall, I suppose.
I think it's like the way the military would be on the ground, crawling arms and legs, crawling. Just that I think they call it bear clawing.
Okay, your newscast and work has been busier than a one-armed paper hanger. You've had more work to do than you've got time.
Right. It has been a busy time.
I will let you go. I wanted to let you know I listen daily, but I know you're busy, and I try not to call in. I enjoy Scarecrow's late reports of the evening. I know that he is a regular listener. I appreciate all the regular listeners. They keep me entertained. And thanks for the show, Steve.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for listening in there, Daryl. Always good to hear from you. So the word comes down, a new development this past day in the shooting over the weekend, stating that law enforcement officials spotted the shooter almost, as I mentioned, 30 minutes prior to shots being fired. Sources told local Pittsburgh news outlet WPXI that a member of Beaver County's ESU team, which was helping Secret Service with security during the rally, noticed the shooter on the rooftop. Now, of course, he later fired from the roof at about 5:45. He noticed him on the rooftop. The member of the team called it in, supposedly, and took a picture of Crooks on the roof. Even prior to 5:45 p.m., law enforcement officials had identified Crooks as the suspicious person, according to multiple sources. It was 26 minutes later when the shots rang out and Trump was shot through the ear. The Sunday report from the Associated Press also revealed that one local law enforcement official had climbed up onto the roof to confront Crooks moments before the shooting. Crooks turned and pointed his rifle at the officer. The officer then fled off the roof back down the ladder he had climbed up. Moments later, Crooks quickly took a shot toward Trump before the Secret Service snipers returned fire. Although Trump was later revealed to be fine, we obviously know the former fire chief there, Corey Comparator, was killed. I haven't seen any updates on the condition of the other two individuals or even their identities. Haven't seen that. As far as what happened there, how does 30 minutes lapse? That's an eternity. Hello, Pappy. Good morning.
Captain Steve, were you able to listen to Bongino's show today?
I did not know. I bet it was a good one, though. Give us a full report.
Well, he had some updated information on what you just talked about. He said that law enforcement spotted this dude on the ground. That he caught their attention for some reason, and they were following him, and they lost him. They didn't know where he went.
Wow.
Then he said, went on to some things, that there's a counter sniper team on the ground also working with the ones on the rooftop.
Okay.
And that report that was a law enforcement officer that was climbing up on that ladder, that might have been part of the counter sniper team on the ground. And supposedly hasn't been confirmed that officer that was on that ladder took a piece of frag, so to speak, to his face. So he might have been, his head might have been up over that top, I guess you can say, when the sniper took this dude out. So I don't know if these reports that when the sniper turned around and saw him, he dunked down. You just don't know.
Right.
But think about this for a second, Steve. Think about this. If this is true that the suspect turned around and saw this guy, turned around, pointed his rifle at him, maybe the guy did dunk down for a second and pop his head back up, but think of how that would have affected the sniper. He now knows he's been spotted. His heart rate just went from probably 120, or what's normal heart rate, 80 or something? I don't know. But
Full-fledged,
he was already
full-fledged panic mode.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And he went to take the shot, and he was in full-fledged panic mode, and maybe that's what caused him to miss. Steve, I just sent you a picture, a better picture, a different angle of that rooftop. And it appears that when you look at it, coming from each side, working your way towards the middle of the roof, there is a slope that goes up on both sides to a point.
Mm-hmm.
Which, what I was talking about yesterday, that there was a slight slope to that roof to where the counter sniper team on the rooftops couldn't see him until he stuck his head up over. And I think it's just kind of, I think what happened was the moment he stuck his head up over to where he could get a shot off on Trump is when that sniper team, when he took his eyes off of that scope and looked up.
If you'll look just to the left of that photograph that you shared with me, you'll see there's another building that adjoins it that has an even higher platform, a higher perspective. Why wouldn't law enforcement be up on any potential? That would be the best view of all the surrounding area, the parking lot, the other buildings down below. I'm not Secret Service. I can't understand from that proximity why they wouldn't be at that vantage point.
Kind of want to get at here. I hope I can explain myself correctly here. Apparently, the Secret Service director came out today and said that them buildings were not the Secret Service's responsibility.
They had passed it off.
And Bongino obviously is not buying that story. Steve, I want to let me try to listen. You know, and I said last night I didn't want to, or maybe it was this morning when we were talking. I didn't want to, you know, start anything or create any conspiracy theories like, you know, man, was this the deep state or who is this guy? What, you know. But listen, as soon as I heard that the Secret Service director is trying to pass the buck, play the blame game, kind of got my wheels turning a little bit. So let me try to explain it like this, how, whatever you want to call it, the deep state, the media, far left radicals, how they can create the ability for something like this to happen. Maybe they might not have been directly involved, but indirectly involved. So if you create the what, was it our responsibility? That's the first category here. And all these categories kind of work in hand. So you got the Secret Service director saying it's not our responsibility. You create incompetency. How do they create incompetency? Through all these DEI hires. You put people that are incompetent in charge of things they should not be in charge of. Sounds like this Secret Service director is incompetent. You put Kamala Harris in charge of the border, right?
Right.
We see how much she got done there. I think you can kind of follow my point there. Then you create the environment, which started a long time ago. When you got a severed head being held from the former future president for a photo op. You got a rapper doing a video holding a gun to the head of the former future president, pointing a gun at his head, and coming out of the barrel is a flag draped down saying
"Bang."
Bang. I just texted you them two, just emailed you them two photos. Hopefully it's ringing some bells with people. There's a Broadway play put on in New York City depicting the assassination of the former future president. What's that dude's name, Steve, that does all the Pirates movies?
Oh, Johnny Depp.
You got him making statements on air saying, when was the last time a celebrity assassinated a president? You got Madonna standing up. Yes, I have thoughts about blowing up the White House. Everybody calling this man Hitler. He's a fascist. He's a white supremacist. All his supporters are white supremacists, threat to our democracy. You arrest your political opponent and convict him and try to demonize him by calling him a convicted felon. Steve, all these things can brainwash weak-minded people to do things. And you got to create the opportunity. All these, like I said, all these things work hand in hand. What's one way to create the opportunity, Steve? If you open the borders up and you allow thousands of criminally insane people, you probably just increase your odds a little bit for something like this to happen. declining extra security request. When you got Kennedy asking for Secret Service protection and they deny it to him, which it sounds like Biden just granted.
Yesterday they
take
did
something like this.
Now, Mayorkas was on Good Morning America Sunday denying. You said, Bongino said if they try to deny that they did not honor the request for beefed up security, Mayorkas said that they did give him the beefed up security.
Bongino says otherwise. I tend to believe him over Mayorkas.
Right. Well, Mayorkas does nothing but lie.
And maybe putting the word out, hey, them buildings aren't our responsibility. Everything working hand in hand. You put all these things together, you can create the ability for the unthinkable to happen. And thank God we woke up Sunday morning, because not saying anything nobody doesn't know, but Steve, we could have woke up Sunday morning and this country would have been a whole lot different. Did you happen to catch any of the convention tonight when Trump made an appearance?
I had tuned in. It was pretty close to the end. I saw the last speaker or two during. I forgot the darn thing was getting underway, but we'll pause there. Back after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Donald Trump got a hero's welcome on day one of the Republican National Convention as he made his first public appearance with a bandaged ear since he survived an assassination attempt this weekend. Trump arrived to loud cheers with a big white bandage covering his right ear. It was scraped by a bullet when an attacker opened fire at him at a rally over the weekend. The presumptive Republican candidate for president, Donald Trump, has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics but is known as a strong Make America Great supporter and once was a fierce critic of Donald Trump.
Vance served in the US Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he is a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old. Caroline Malone, Washington.
US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper is in Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election, saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good.
A group of U.S. executives are set to visit Beijing next week to meet Chinese officials following the conclusion of a key meeting of Communist Party leaders known as the Third Plenum, according to reports. Laura Westbrook is in Hong Kong.
According to the report, the visit will be arranged by the Washington-based U.S.-China Business Council and led by its president, Craig Allen, and CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam. Big-name companies with a big presence in China are on the list for the visit. They include Goldman Sachs, Starbucks, Nike, and Qualcomm. China's economy is in a slump with foreign investment at a 30-year low. Chinese President Xi Jinping met with top U.S. executives in March, where he sought to reassure foreign businesses.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, hello to Russell this morning, 74, Dayton, Ohio. Hope all's well at the secret bunker. All the truck drivers out there, be safe and keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Kind of had a feeling it was going to be J.D. Vance because of the sentence, and if Trump wants to win, they'll need Ohio. Steve and everybody have a good day. I don't think Ohio was really in play anyway. I mean, they try to call it a battleground state, but yeah, Trump took Ohio handily, 2016 and 2020. All right, Bidu checks in this morning. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. There's Dirty Harry. Gooder morning, everybody. More proof that God is good. God bless President Trump. And I are both alive today because of an act of God. All right, let's see. Pap said, as far as the other two that were injured in that shooting, stable condition, according to the news updates. Hello to Roki, July 1755. George Washington had 2 horses shot from under him and 4 bullet holes in his coat and hat. An Indian chief remarked that a higher power must be guiding his life. In July of 2024, multiple shots were fired at Donald Trump, with only one grazing his ear. The same higher power was at it again. Let me jump over to Mayorkas. In the aftermath of the failed assassination attempt, many have faulted the Secret Service. Their task is to protect current presidents, past presidents, potential future presidents. Representative Michael Waltz of Florida said the Biden Department of Homeland Security, which oversees the Secret Service, denied requests to beef up Trump's Secret Service detail. He says, I have very reliable sources telling me there have been repeated requests for stronger Secret Service protection for President Trump. Denied by Secretary Mayorkas. Now, Monday, this past day, appearing on ABC's Good Morning America, Alejandro Mayorkas denied that was the case. George Stephanopoulos, he told George Stephanopoulos that the Secret Service beefed up Trump's detail. That is an unequivocally false assertion, he said. We keep a very close watch on a very dynamic threat environment. The president, the former president, are commonly, consistently under threat. We take every single threat seriously. We make security adjustments as warranted. We had enhanced security for the former president beginning at least in June. We have not received any requests for additional security measures that have been rebuffed. That assertion is unequivocally false, says Mayorkas. I don't know if there's a paper trail that might prove otherwise, or if we'd ever be able to find out the truth. But all right, thanks for hanging in there, Pappy.
Steve, I want him up on the hill under oath testifying. See what he says then. This disgusting communist media that helped create and facilitate that whole environment that I went through.
So you're saying you're saying appearing on George Stephanopoulos in Good Morning America, you can say any damn thing you want. You're not under oath, but when you're under oath in front of Congress, that's a different story, right?
Yes, sir. Different story. When you can get charged for lying under oath, when they got the receipts to prove that he's lying. But the media, Steve, going around saying, hey, we need to tone this down. Republicans need to tone their rhetoric down. Steve, if I had to say, I would say Antifa, all their violence, Black Lives Matter, all their violence, you had to associate them with a political party. I don't think it's the Republican Party. This protest is mostly peaceful and it's burning,
right?
Burning down. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. So they created this, the media helped facilitate all this. This dude probably thought he was going to be a hero, Steve, and he would have been a hero to the left, to the whacked out left. He would have been a hero. You believe that? When Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald.
I've seen some of the posts online, people actually posting comments to where, it could have been such a great day, but he missed. Those sort of comments.
Steve, they're all over the place. All over the place, and it's not just your average Joe. There's people in position saying this kind of stuff.
Yep.
We have done nothing on your show. I mean, even Bongino has denounced political violence. Like I was going to say that Jack Ruby thought he was going to be a hero. He killed a man and killed his president. All right, my man. I'll let you go. We got the convention this week. Trump made an appearance. It was quite emotional. Commentators were saying that the speech that he had written out, he ripped up, tore it up, threw it in the garbage. That he has rewritten it. And old JD, Steve, here's the deal with JD Vance. Cue Ball mentioned it a few weeks ago. There was a couple other people I heard talking that there was some scuttlebutt about Mark Rubio.
Right.
And Steve, it was funny. Well, I had a discussion with somebody else that actually had a fundraiser for J.D. Vance. He thought it was going to be Rubio. I said, man, are you nuts? He's a rhino, man, as far as I'm concerned. See, 99% of the Democrats in power are controlled by the deep state. People can laugh at me all you want. 90% of the Republicans are controlled by the deep state. This MAGA movement is here to stay. It's not going nowhere. And they are losing. And the point about picking J.D. Vance is about the future. If Trump wins and J.D. Vance happens to win his first election and then maybe the next one, I think this country could be turned around for millennium. That's the point of picking him. So let's hope we march forward and get her done. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. I appreciate it.
Get her done. All right. Thank you, Pappy. Have a good morning. Always great to hear from you. Let's see. I guess No Handle Dave is looking for a handle. Howdy, Steve. He said, this is Dave McIntosh talking to some of the other listeners during the after hours. Many ask what my handle is. I've thrown a few out over the last year or so, but I thought I'd ask you about a couple that I'd like to maybe stick with. Checking with you to see if they're already in use or if they're handles that have been used by any of the legends or old-timers. I'm looking at Midnight Rider or Night Owl. Over the years, there's been a number of Midnight Riders out there. I don't have any current Midnight Riders calling in. Night Owl, I don't think I've ever had a Night Owl caller to the program. So, yeah, I'd say you could take your pick, but yet Midnight Rider, I think there's a number of those out there, but they're not like callers to the program at this point that I'm aware of. He said, please let me know if either of those are suitable for you. Heck, I might even break down and get a CB. Thanks in advance for your time. Thanks for all you do. It's much appreciated. Although I'm your age, I think my mom, who used to listen to your dad every night, would say that the truckin' bozo's very proud of you. Have a great show. All right. That's from Dave. Handle to be determined, he says. All right. Other industry headlines. Anybody see the photographs of the Wendy's restaurant plowed through by a semi-truck over the weekend that was ironically loaded with, I think it was 50,000 pounds of beef that brought up the old headline of the, where's the beef? Well, it's out there in the parking lot. A truck driver who drove into a Pennsylvania Wendy's is citing foggy glasses as the cause of the accident. According to police, officers came upon the tractor trailer that had struck the Wendy's at about 2:43 a.m. Police say the driver had just left Lancaster, PA, en route to Washington State, claimed that his glasses fogged up and he couldn't see. Went straight off of PA 238 West into the Wendy's parking lot and struck the building. And there was pretty significant damage, in my opinion. The driver was transported by Lifeline EMS to Hershey, Pennsylvania. Investigation is ongoing, but where's the beef? It's right out there in the parking lot, right? Meanwhile, 3 people losing their lives on a crash I-81 in Pennsylvania Sunday afternoon, about 2 in the afternoon, near Silver Spring Township. According to the Cumberland County Coroner's Office, a semi traveling north on 81 crossed the median into the southbound lane, striking a minivan and an SUV. 2 in the SUV. A 79 and an 80-year-old died at the scene. The driver of the minivan, a 49-year-old, also perished at the scene. No other injuries reported. I guess the investigation ongoing there. What caused that semi to cross the median? Meanwhile, drivers who violate Wyoming's weight-based road closures are now subject to stiff penalties. Effective July 1, drivers are subject to new penalties for violating weight-based highway closures, including wind-based weight restrictions, according to the Wyoming DOT. Late last year, the DOT debuted the weight-based wind closure system, intended to curb blowover crashes by adding weight restrictions to wind warnings on I-80 and other blowover hotspots. During the 24 legislative session, Wyoming lawmakers passed the Light and High-Profile Vehicle Closures Bill to punish drivers who violate those weight restrictions. According to the language of the law, any person who willfully fails to observe any sign, marker, warning, notice, or direction for closures to light or high-profile vehicles is guilty of a misdemeanor, possible penalties of $1,000 and up to 30 days in jail. Drivers caught violating light and high-profile vehicle restrictions again within 3 years of that first offense could face a reckless driving charge and a fine up to $2,500 with the possibility of licensing action. Also new with this legislation, the driver of the light and high-profile vehicle at the time of the violation would be liable upon conviction for any of the above penalties. Wyoming's DOT notes the new law applies not just to wind-related travel restrictions, but also weight restriction roadways as well. Even on highways without strong wind restrictions like Wyoming Highway 22 or Teton Pass, drivers who willfully disregard weight restriction signage will be subject to those steeper penalties as well. Got to keep up with all those laws around the country. The latest from Wyoming's DOT. We'll return after this.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor. plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, the blistering heat wave that's been roasting the West since early in July has actually eased a bit in some areas over the past weekend. Meanwhile, it continues to expand its footprint further to the east across the central states. We're going to challenge some records over the next several days. Temperatures in Wichita, Kansas will come close to levels not seen since the Dust Bowl era in the 1930s. Widespread highs in the upper 90s to 100 plus over the central and southern plains. Yeah, we saw that this past afternoon. Salt Lake City, one major metro area where near record highs and triple-digit heat are forecast this week. The expansion of that heat dome is part and parcel of a very hot weather pattern across a large chunk of the country. Heat-related advisories also in effect in parts of the south and east. Now, while the heat will ease across areas further to the west, where all-time record highs were set over the last couple of weeks, it will not cease entirely. Temperatures remain above historical average into the second half of the month, continuing to raise the risk for fires and expanding drought conditions. After an extended record-breaking heat wave across California, Oregon, Washington, and Nevada, that heat dome responsible has begun to shift off to the east. So we now see heat advisories and excessive heat warnings plastered across the central plains. That's going to continue here as we head on into a Tuesday. For the heat-weary folks of the interior West, it's been a sultry first half of July. Numerous records falling. Since it's contracted to the east, a slight break in the heat has arrived, especially across the Pacific Northwest, and that's going to expand southward on into California. It's going to stay hot in places like Sacramento and Fresno. We do not expect additional records to be broken through the middle of this new week here. Rather, temperatures will be, say, 5 to 10 degrees above historical average in places like Las Vegas and Phoenix, which are still well into the 90s and even triple-digit territory. All right, as of Monday, the forecast for Boise, Idaho, had called for temperatures to be near or above 100 degrees through Monday, July the 29th, with just some modest relief thereafter. Now, this historical average high in Boise is in the low to mid-90s for the rest of the month, so it's going to be hot there in Boise. All right, it's 844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Tuesday morning. Eagle will be checking in coming up here following the news break, top of the hour. Kind of quiet on the phones for a Tuesday morning. So hang in there, Eagle, since we're only about a minute from the news break time here. We'll get to you out of that. Brain Dead had forwarded a story my way this past day. How's that electric vehicle working out for you? Fisker, the California car maker that had spiraled from a $2.9 billion valuation to a complete collapse, is now going through bankruptcy proceedings. And they are not pretty, they tell us. In a last-ditch effort to keep paying the remaining employees, the company is selling its stock of luxury vehicles at a massive discount. Now, who's going to want to purchase a vehicle that, I don't know, you're going to be able to get any service? What about possibly needing parts in the future? Yeah, we'll give you the rest of the story here, but apparently they're actually even defaulting on some of their severance payments for some of the remaining employees there as they try to wind the company down. But like I said, rest of the story coming up. It is 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. We're rolling into a Tuesday here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism that his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. It came after he was asked if he'd taken a moment to consider his language.
Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The 39-year-old Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's due to address the Republican National Convention later this week. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the US Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
US Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has warned that the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas said he still has 100% confidence in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. FSN's Benji Hire reports from Washington.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. A judge in Florida has dismissed the criminal case against Donald Trump on charges of mishandling top-secret documents. On Monday, Judge Eileen Cannon granted the defence motion to throw out the case because of how the special prosecutor was appointed. The ruling removes a major legal hurdle facing the former president ahead of November's presidential election. All of that coming just days after he survived an assassination attempt in the US state of Pennsylvania. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
In a week where luck is well and truly on Donald Trump's side, another win for the former president. His lawyers had argued that appointing special counsel Jack Smith as prosecutor for the classified documents case was improper, namely that it violated the appointments clause of the US Constitution. And now Judge Eileen Cannon says she agrees, dismissing the case entirely. Last year, Trump pleaded not guilty to taking classified documents from the White House and storing them in a bedroom, a ballroom, and even a shower.
Rebuilding and removing all of the rubble from Gaza, the UN says, will cost between $500 and $600 million. This latest UN assessment comes as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th month, with parts of Gaza completely destroyed. FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from United Nations headquarters in New York.
With the war still raging on, the United Nations says close to 140,000 buildings had been damaged in Gaza. Of these, it says just over a quarter were completely destroyed and about a tenth severely damaged. In May this year, the world body said that rebuilding homes in Gaza destroyed during the conflict could take until 2040. with the total cost of reconstruction across the territory costing as much as $40 billion. It says schools, health facilities, roads, sewers and other critical infrastructure have all suffered massive damage. Jody Jacobs, New York.
That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Welcome back. Another hour underway as we turn the page on the calendar, 16th day of July. Good to have you on board. All right, promised we'd get to Eagle as we kick off the new hour. See what he's got on his mind.
Having no experience.
Morning, Eagle. What's happening? Well, Eagle.
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, hold on for a minute. Let me turn my TV down a little bit. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hello?
We got you, Eagle. Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready now. Yeah, I wanted to start off by saying, ask you about your man up there in Ohio, because I don't know too much. I don't know too much about this J.D. Vance guy. I read some things on my phone tonight. He made some bad comments about Donald Trump a couple of years ago, and now he's on Donald Trump's team. So I never like people like that talk about you in the past, and then all of a sudden they change their mind, because I don't think those kind of people can be trusted. He felt that way. He would have never said it. So what do you think about this J.D. Vance guy?
He did make some comments about Trump, and at one point I think he alluded to the Stormy Daniels thing as being that he'd. All I know is that over the years I think he's come to see the light, and he loves the policies of Trump. He's on the same page as Trump.
Well, one thing I do like about the guy is that, you know, he is a Marine in the military, and those people have to be disciplined and honest. That's one of the things that they teach people in the military is discipline. So, especially in the Marines, so you know that he's a disciplined individual. He's not a wild person that's gonna do crazy stuff, because he wouldn't have been in the damn military. But like I say, I'm just concerned about the comments that he made in the past. You know, I know people can change, but I would never be associated with somebody like that, because if you say that about me 4 or 5 years ago, and now all of a sudden I'm on you changed your opinion, I'm always gonna have in the back of my mind what this guy had said in the past. That's the way I look at it. But if you look at the other contenders that was out there, I still believe, after I've seen everything, I still believe that he should have chose Vivek. I know he's a very controversial guy.
All right, did we lose Eagle? Are you still there? Let's try again. I think he did. He lost his cell. Undoubtedly, he'll dial us back up. All right, I was just printing off the information he was asking about there. Donald Trump selecting J.D. Vance, elevating a politician who once, criticized the former president in acid terms, but has since become one of his most stalwart defenders. The news carried on Trump's Truth Social website emerged at the start of the Republican National Convention. The selection of James David Vance, author of the best-selling memoir Hillbilly Elegy, could increase the odds of Trump supporters turning out for the November 5th election, as the Ohio native is deeply popular within the Republican candidate's base. The staunch conservative from a Republican state, Vance, unlikely to bring many new voters into Trump's corner, however, and may even alienate some of the moderates out there. Some Trump supporters had pushed him to select a woman or a person of color as his number two to expand a coalition that skews toward white men. Now, several of Trump's highest profile backers, including former senior advisor Steve Bannon, Trump's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., praising Vance for pushing the Republican Party to embrace a more hands-off foreign policy approach and supporting trade barriers. Vance has also delighted Trump supporters with his confrontational social media presence, a relative rarity in the Senate, where many lawmakers still try to maintain a sense of decorum and civility. At 39 years old, Vance will represent a younger generation in an election that features Trump and President Joe Biden, 81, bringing a counterweight to the Democrat ticket that also includes Kamala Harris at 59. Vance's rapid ascension has been unusual for American politics. After a troubled, impoverished childhood in southern Ohio, he served in the Marine Corps, won a scholarship to Yale Law School, later worked as a venture capitalist in San Francisco, kind of rose to prominence in 2016 when he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, and where he explored the socioeconomic problems confronting his hometown and the cycle of poverty that has entrapped Americans in the Appalachian Mountains, where his mother and his family had their origins. The book criticized what Vance saw as a self-destructive culture in rural America, sought to explain Trump's popularity among impoverished white Americans. Now, yes, as Eagle mentioned, Vance himself was harshly critical of Trump before and after his 2016 election win against Hillary Clinton. At one point, he called him an idiot. He called him America's Hitler. But as Vance geared up to run for the U.S. Senate in Ohio in 2022, he transformed into one of former president's most consistent defenders, supporting Trump even when some Senate colleagues declined to do so. Vance has also played down the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He said he doubted that Mike Pence's life was in danger despite the protesters getting within yards of the former vice president as Secret Service agents rushed him out of the Capitol. JD has also echoed Trump's criticisms of the way the Justice Department has prosecuted January 6ers, accusing the department of disregarding the due process protections. In February, he declined to criticize Trump for encouraging Russian President Vladimir Putin to attack America's NATO allies if they failed to increase their defense spending. While the Republican Party historically stood for free markets and embraced foreign intervention as an important national security tool, Trump's 2016 election opened significant rifts in the party. Vance has been one of the most vocal opponents of continuing aid to Ukraine, a stance that is at odds with many Republican leaders. On the campaign trail, he also served as a bridge between Trump associates and some of the wealthy Silicon Valley donors, many of whom have opened their wallets to Trump during this election. Nonetheless, his selection has its detractors among Trump associates, notably those who had wanted Trump to select a diverse vice presidential candidate. Although Trump and Biden are virtually tied in most national polls, Trump trails the Democrat by significant margins among women and black Americans. Some quietly question if it would be wise to take Vance out of the Senate, with the Democrats and Republicans vying for control of that chamber. Democrats hold a one-seat advantage, although they're likely to lose ground in November's election. Now, Ohio, while pretty much safely Republican in presidential elections, they do occasionally elect Democrats in other races. Vance won his 2022 election by 6 percentage points. The one where you can say, you've got one, none other than Sherrod Brown, who has, I don't know, how many terms has Sherrod Brown served here in the Senate, the other Senate seat in the state of Ohio. So as far as presidential candidates, pretty safe as Republicans. Others, not necessarily so. All right, so hopefully Eagle was able to dial us back up. Hopefully that answers some of your questions there, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Go ahead, Eagle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had my phone on the different tune. I get it on Wi-Fi. I was I was inside the truck stop, but I'm back outside now, so it should work, I hope. Yeah, like I said, Steve, J.D. Vance, like I said, I don't know too much about the guy. I know he's young. He's only 39 years old. I like the fact that he was in the Marines. So, he's got to be a strong person, a tough guy. And, anybody who can go through a Marine boot camp, do what they have to go through and be a Marine, you got to be tough. And you got to be an honorable person, honest person, because they don't tolerate. And he's a disciplined individual. If you was in the military, you got to be all three of those things. So that's one thing I like. But like I say, I don't like comments like that, Steve. I don't, some of the comments he made about Trump a few years ago, it's hard for me to think that somebody can just change their opinion like that. So, but Trump, he made the decision. It's made now. I think he should have maybe made another move. And another thing I don't like about the decision is that I don't think it's going to help him get votes. I don't think this guy is going to make people say, well, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump now because he made this guy as vice president. I don't think that's this guy's name. He could have picked some bigger names that would have maybe brought some votes along with him. I don't think this guy's bringing votes with him. What do you think about that? Do you think this guy is bringing votes with him as being a vice president?
That's pretty much what the story I just shared kind of alluded to. It'll be good for Ohio voters. Ohio voters like JD, but I'm one of those. I don't know a whole hell of a lot about him myself, even being from Ohio. But as far as the
the reason why I started.
As far as the rest of the country, again, that doesn't seem like that'll necessarily bring in a lot of votes. Yeah, for Trump. Otherwise,
that's the reason why I made those comments when I first got on the phone with you. Was just who is this guy? Because down here in Texas, and people don't know who the hell he is. They've heard the name, but they don't know much about him. So that's the reason why I thought Trump would have picked a bigger name. Somebody with more, with a bigger name to help him get more votes. But let's talk about the events that took place on Saturday again, Steve, because more and more evidence is coming out that this was an inside job. If you've seen the video, there was a ladder placed on the side of that building, conveniently for this guy to climb up to the top of it, with an armed gun. No, where the hell? Who put that ladder there? I don't think that shooter. I don't think he walked into that arena. I don't think he walked into that arena with a ladder strapped to his back. Do you?
Right.
So somebody put that damn ladder. Somebody conveniently put that ladder there so he could climb up to the top of that building. And like I said, there's several people who said that told the police that there's a man on the building with a gun, and the police didn't do a damn thing about it. They just ignored the people. And then, like I said before, now it's come to be determined, Steve, that this guy had explosives in his car.
Correct.
I don't know if you heard about that. That's some new news.
They mentioned that.
This guy could have done.
They kind of they divulged that like late Saturday night, Sunday. He had explosives in his home. He had explosives in his car. So he had bigger plans than just trying to shoot the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he could have done some serious damage. There was over 40 or 50,000 people there. If he would have exploded a bomb, then don't tell how many people could have got hurt or injured. So luckily that didn't happen. But here's the deal, Steve. There's definitely, I think it starts at the very top of the Secret Service. Just being a corrupt person in the Secret Service. I believe that woman, she works for Joe Biden. She's not on Donald Trump's team. She doesn't even want to provide that. She doesn't even want to provide Donald Trump with Secret Service more help. She finally decided to give. Well, they claim that Biden made the decision to give JFK Secret Service people today. This woman here. Donald Trump needs the best Secret Service. He's the most hated man in the world, and he needs to have better security and than what he has right now. Because if you look at the guys, Steve, those clowns that they had protecting Donald Trump on Saturday, man, that's an embarrassment. Those people that were on the stage with Donald Trump, those females, you can talk about, I don't have no problem with a woman being a Secret Service agent, but you got to do better than that. They showed one of those officers, she couldn't even put her gun back in the holster as they were trying to escort Donald Trump to the car. This is embarrassing. Like I said, they need to have the best people they can find, on protection with Donald Trump. Because I'm going to repeat myself, he is the most hated man in the world, not just the U.S., but the world. Now it's obvious that somebody has infiltrated the Secret Service, because you look at the video, Steve, that officer, I want to know who that guy was that was on that roof that failed to execute that shooter after he had fired shots at Trump. That guy needs to be sitting in front of a jury right now, courtroom, and finding out just why he made the decision to do that. Because you can clearly see on that video, Steve, he waited until after the shooter shot, and then less than a second or two after, he blew that guy's head off. And now, all this could have been avoided if he would have shot the guy before he fired his weapon. The question is, so it's obvious that guy is on the other team as far as I'm concerned. They trying to say that he was waiting for a better angle, that he didn't have a good look at the shooter, and that's a damn lie. That gun was pointed directly at him. All he did was, the scope was already on that guy as he was laying on his stomach. All he had to do was pull the trigger. He could have pulled that trigger before that guy shot at Trump. It's obvious, like I said before, it's obvious that he's on the wrong team. So as Trump, he needs to get his own people. He needs to get the best people he can find, because this is a serious deal here. Now, Donald Trump still hasn't, he made an appearance tonight at the RDC, okay, but he didn't say anything. He didn't have nothing to say. I guess he's going to wait until Thursday to start to speak from what they're saying. But he did announce his vice president. But like I said before, Steve, Joe Biden is trying to play Mr. Innocent all of a sudden. I don't believe Joe Biden had anything to do. He didn't know nothing about this punk that tried to eliminate Trump. Joe Biden didn't really have nothing to do with that. But the rhetoric, the talk, the way people are talking, they're calling this guy Hitler. Like I told you last night, Steve, what do you think? What do these people think is going to happen when you walk around calling a man Hitler, when you say that he's the most dangerous man in the world, when you say that this guy cannot be allowed in the White House, such as Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and other people? If these people hear these things, that guy made a video before he got killed, the shooter, and he said in his video that he hated Donald Trump and everything that Donald Trump stood for. And this is only a 20-year-old guy. I wonder where that guy got that type of ideas in his head at such a young age. And to go to an event with a gun and bombs, you have to have a lot of hate in your heart to go to an event with 40 or 50,000 people with a gun and a bomb in the back of your car. So this talk has to come to a stop. You notice, I want to say this about MSNBC. You want to talk about some cowards, Steve. You want to talk about straight up cowards, and that's the Morning Joe. Do you know that those people, that they didn't have the guts to go on TV today after all the things they don't said about Donald Trump the last couple of months? They decided not to put their program on TV this morning, the Morning Joe. Two of the most despicable people on TV. They didn't have the guts to show their faces on TV this morning. It just shows you what kind of people they are. After all the things they had to say about Trump, all of a sudden they can't show up for work on Monday. What'd you say?
It wasn't their choice. I mean, they wanted to be on, Eagle. The Morning Joe program got pulled off by the leadership at MSNBC because they were concerned of what those two might say on the program that might get MSNBC in trouble. So they pulled their program off the air this past day.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying, the show was not on the air. So like you said it was the producer's idea, not these two people. But either way, they wasn't on the show. And like I said before, we'll see if they show up tomorrow. And like I said, hopefully they will change their attitude and come on their show with a better attitude tomorrow. And like Joe Biden said, we need to tone down this rhetoric, this heated, this talk, because it's only going to lead to something bad happening. You can't come on TV day after day after day calling somebody Hitler and saying that he's dangerous to America and the world and expect nothing bad not to happen. Those people, they either going to have to change their tone on their program, or their show needs to be discontinued and taken off the air, and either find some replacements for them that will not speak like that every morning. It's simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Like I said, it wasn't their choice to not be on the air. It was the management there at MSNBC. They do a monologue each morning. Yet most of these television news outlets, Hannity, Laura, they all do Tucker. I mean, it's pretty common. They come on, they'll do their monologue, and then go into some of the other news and introduce guests and things of that nature. The word is, I'm looking here, MSNBC pulled the morning show, fearing that one of the rabid anti-Trump guests might make an inappropriate comment. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, obviously staunch Biden advocates, were expected to return to the anchor chairs here on Tuesday morning. Despite the huge political news in Monday night's start of the RNC, MSNBC stuck with breaking news coverage this past morning, rather than risking one of their stable talking heads uttering something that might paint the show and network in a bad light, like they don't do that every day anyway, right? Apparently, the chairman of NBC Universal made a decision to pull the show Monday with MSC President Rashida Jones. Scarborough did not return a request for comment. The former Florida congressman posted on X Sunday, political violence has scared America's landscape from JFK through January 6th. Republican and Democrat politicians alike have been victims, and this violence has caused incalculable harm to America. Thank God President Trump is safe. He actually tried to say that our family is praying for President Trump, who was injured, and for the loved ones of the American tragically killed in that event. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts of the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election, saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's arrived to a hero's welcome at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the U.S. Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio, but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas warns the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas says he's still 100% confident in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. Benji Heyer was at the White House briefing.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Trainee doctors in South Korea are continuing a long-running walkout despite final return-to-work notices being issued on Monday. Hospitals are finalising the resignations of more than 12,000 medical staff who left their positions in February over government moves to increase the number of medical school seats. Chris Gilbert reports.
The government's been trying to entice doctors back to work with promises of leniency and new benefits. But according to South Korean media, most trainee doctors who walked out in February are blasé about the promises and showed little intention of returning. On Monday, many hospitals sent notifications via text message to striking trainees, asking them to clarify their intention to return or resign for good. It said if they did not respond or return, they could be automatically resigned. Reports suggest few doctors have responded so far. The final deadline is seen as crucial for the government to help persuade them to return to hospitals, as it could affect the timetable for hiring new trainees in September.
A group of U.S. executives are set to visit Beijing next week to meet Chinese officials following the conclusion of a key meeting of Communist Party leaders known as the Third Plenum, according to a report by the South China Morning Post newspaper. Typically, the Third Plenum lays out a long-term economic policy and is taking place at a time of major challenges facing the world's second-largest economy. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, the visit will be arranged by the Washington-based U.S.-China Business Council and led by its president, Craig Allen, and CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam. Big-name companies with a big presence in China are on the list for the visit. They include Goldman Sachs, Starbucks, Nike, and Qualcomm. China's economy is in a slump with foreign investment at a 30-year low. Chinese President Xi Jinping met with top U.S. executives in March, where he sought to reassure foreign businesses.
And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
Welcome back here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. You know, Eagles pretty determined that the Secret Service, the snipers, held off on pulling the trigger. I'll try to help him out a little bit. I mean, I think those Secret Service agents, if they were indeed agents, or they may have been special ops, I don't know, special forces. I think they knew there was something on the roof that 400 feet away. But there was, again, you can see by, as Pappy shared earlier, the overhead photographs of where the guy was. There's an incline to that roof. And there's a reason he was there. He was hiding, trying to stay out of view of the binoculars, and those that were on that side, over on Trump's side, from that vantage point, could not see him. People that took photographs that have gone viral on social media, they were on the other side of that building, and they were the ones trying to alert law enforcement on the ground. How that ladder got there, well, the shooter probably put that ladder there. I would naturally assume he didn't just show up there Saturday, hours before the rally, and I'm thinking he had things premeditated and maybe had that ladder already pre-positioned somewhere. Yeah, these things don't just happen spur of the moment. He had planned out what his vantage point was going to be. Now, when you get the word that another officer, and we don't know yet, was it a local law enforcement officer? Was it, as Pappy explained, the ground sniper that popped his head up and suddenly was face to face with this guy, pointed his rifle at him, and if somebody's going to point a rifle at you, you're going to duck down. And I'm assuming, maybe the radio chatter will explain this better, but that's when the sniper, when he realized he had been seen, he spotted, they know I'm here. That's when he immediately popped his head up and positioned his rifle, and as quickly as he could, was able to get off, I believe it was 5 shots in rapid succession before his brains were blown out. That the sniper pulled the trigger off as quickly as he could get to, pulling that trigger on the bad guy. I don't think the sniper had him in his sights per se for all that time that we see on the video where it appears he's looking at something, but he knows there's something on that roof waiting for it to appear. All right, so that's my line of thinking. We can all do our armchair quarterbacking thing and try to make conclusions and assertions that may or may not be factual. Try to just go with the information that we factually know. It's an ongoing investigation. All those local law enforcement on the ground are being interviewed, obviously. What did you see? What did you know? When did you know it? If you knew 30 minutes before, did you actually get on the walkie-talkie? Did you pass that information on to others? It's all being investigated. Meanwhile, I don't know that it'll make a bit of difference to Donald Trump, but Meta, formerly known as Facebook, said they have reinstated former President Trump's Facebook and Instagram accounts after being suspended over 2 years ago. According to the president of Global Affairs, in assessing our responsibility to allow political expression, we believe the American people should be able to hear from the nominees for president on the same basis. Now, he said the company had instituted some new guardrails, he put it, to deter repeat offenses on their platform. In reaching this conclusion, we also considered these penalties were a response to extreme and extraordinary circumstances and have not had to be deployed. Trump celebrated that victory on a social media platform, Truth Social, by saying, Facebook, which has lost billions of dollars in value since deplatforming your favorite president, me, has just announced they're reinstating my account. Such a thing should never again happen to a sitting president or anybody else who is not deserving of retribution. Now, according to Clegg, the spokesperson for Meta, they will periodically review through an independent oversight board whether restricted accounts should have their permissions tightened or lifted once again. In an interview with NBC News, Clegg said the company is not trying to censor everything that everyone says in an open and free democracy. We think open and free debate on the rough and tumble of democratic debate should play out on Facebook and Instagram as much as anywhere else. Of course, they've been criticized by both sides of the aisle for how they had handled content moderation, both Democrat and Republican. But all right, who we got? Carl checks in here on a Tuesday morning. What's happening, Carl?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Appreciate it, buddy. Taking my call. Can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
All righty. I can understand why Eagle is a bit concerned, especially about the way that Mike Pence did his turncoat attitude towards Trump on January the 6th, 2021. J.D. Vance he's just as good a candidate as anybody else was that Trump chose. He chose J.D. Vance because of his military leadership skills and all of the things he's done. He's graduated Yale Law School, and he has, I believe, a year and a half in the Senate so far, or Congress, either one. I don't know Senate. If it's Congress or Senate.
He's the senator, senator from Ohio,
okay,
yes.
Yeah, Senate, yeah. Okay. So yeah, he has done remarkable work, probably a lot more than Obama did. But even Obama didn't have a whole lot of experience, and he jumped right into the presidential thing there. He never was a vice president. Obama wasn't. So J.D. Vance is just as good a candidate. I thought that Trump may have picked Tim Scott, but, you know, that's okay. I believe that Trump is considering various positions for everybody. But, of course, you don't want to eliminate positions in Congress and Senate if you don't have to, because of the matter of the numbers in the Congress and the Senate. That matters because you don't know how the election's going to go. You don't know how many people are going to be in the Congress and Senate to have the majority. And so that's a good pick, I'm sure. And if Eagle will listen to J.D. Vance speak at the convention, I'm sure that he'll be pretty well convinced that J.D. Vance is just as good as anybody else could have been. Vivek Ramaswamy would have been a good one. Either one of them would have been excellent choices. I wouldn't have chosen Ben Carson for vice president. I believe that Trump should pick him as to be the Surgeon General,
right?
Obviously, and I believe that would be a good position for Ben Carson if he wants it, and that would be good for him. But as far as the shooting goes, I think after more and more information is coming out, it's trickling out. Now, we learned today that 30 minutes prior to this event, there were people talking about this young man, and he was on the ground, and obviously he had to carry the rifle in there somehow, okay? So he was on the ground with the rifle in his hand, some people said, okay? So he stuck out like a sore thumb.
Absolutely.
This young man, he was different. He was carrying a rifle, and he was not a member of the tactical team, okay? These people saw him, and they were panicking and telling the police, he's over here, before he could even get on the roof. And they said that he carried that ladder in there, too, as well.
Okay.
All right. That is a fact right there. They said he carried the ladder and the gun in there, plus some ammo. He had some ammo that he carried with him. Okay? So this young man was out for, he was really going to cause some damage, Steve. Okay? This young man didn't come there to play games. This young man came to kill somebody. All right? And maybe multiple, as many as he could. Okay? So why was Trump on the stage? Okay? Why did they allow him to get on the stage? Because this is ridiculous. I cannot imagine that these reports weren't somehow relayed to the top people that were there.
Correct.
I just cannot imagine that. I mean, it's weird. It's strange, and it's not a conspiracy. These facts are coming out, trickling out, and actually they are quickly coming out, in my opinion, daily. We're going to learn more about it tomorrow.
Sure.
All right? Every single day. There's going to be more.
I had not yet seen or heard anything in regards to him carrying the ladder in, and was actually waltzing around. I mean, I do know he was technically what they called outside of the security perimeter that the Secret Service had set up. Now, why that vantage point would have been outside the perimeter, that was obviously a bad call. That should have been inside the perimeter.
Yes, Steve. Why should it matter whether or not it's outside the perimeter or not anyway? Okay? This young man was close enough to the event carrying a rifle, all right? And this rifle is not a .22 rifle, okay? It's a tactical weapon, okay? It's an AR style weapon, okay? Let's just put it that way. All right. So the young man, he's carrying this stuff with him. All right. So everybody sees it. I don't care if he's a mile away out here in the field somewhere doing this. Okay. He's still with a weapon that is capable of reaching that stage. Okay. He is capable within a half a mile or however distance you want to say, okay, for this weapon here. All right. Now, it's ridiculous for people to make up little excuses and go on about this because it's crazy. I mean, why was Trump allowed to get on that stage? I mean, did he not know that something was going on here? I mean, somebody should have at least told him, you know, that something's going on out here.
Right. I mean, obviously, I mean, that's questions we want answers to is, yes, if local law enforcement was on the radio and did that communication actually make it to the actual Secret Service? If they knew there was something amiss going on, even a football field and a half away, they would have never let him on there. So somewhere there was a major breakdown in communication.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just brings shivers up and down my spine when I'm thinking about it. Honestly, as a spectator, I wouldn't even wear. Okay, I would want to, you know. And they said, well, we don't want to cause stampede, this, that, and the other. Well, listen, okay, if the young man is there to cause some damage, it's time to leave. Okay? And if you can leave in an orderly fashion. Okay? Leave out in an orderly fashion. Let's don't try to panic here, but you're going to have to use some common sense. Okay? You are in an open area. It's not like you're in an arena. You can go find places to go. Okay? That's not in that area. You can remove yourself from that place. Okay, without stampeding and running over people. Okay, you know, I mean, let's don't be ridiculous. But the thing is that Trump should not have been on that stage. I mean, honestly, I cannot imagine why they didn't even have drones in the area flying around, as it's been brought up many times.
Yep.
To take pictures and aerial surveillance around the area, at least 2 or 3. Come on, man. I mean, why did they allow this to happen? It just, and I don't want to speculate what's going on here, but Biden did make the comment about a bullseye. Okay, you know, he brought forth the comment about a bullseye.
Yeah.
Okay, it was him.
Some are speculating that sort of rhetoric was the kind of thing that might have, people that are not all there, not all with it, which supposedly this individual was one of, obviously. I mean, if you're going to do something of this nature anyway, you ain't all with it. But that kind of rhetoric is the kind of thing that will, that's almost like giving them well, he gave me the order to go. That's my word. I've got to act. All right. More will be learned in the coming days, right? I think everybody knows there was a major malfunction there Saturday afternoon. Major malfunction. one thing I did notice in kind of watching some of the replay from audience video and things of that nature posted on various social media this past morning, did you notice how so many that were there in the stands behind Trump after those shots had rung out? There were some folks were actually trying to hunker down, trying to get down behind the seats, but to me it seemed like most of them were either oblivious or didn't sense any sort of a threat. They were all just kind of still standing there, while there were several people being tended to. And the one guy that I watched, the two individuals that were shot, appeared to be way, way off to from facing Trump, they would have been to the left of Trump. I don't know if that means when he pulled the trigger the first time, he had just missed Trump and then things trailed off for the other shots, but it kind of goes in line with the fact that supposedly he wasn't that good of a shot in his high school rifle team, but we'll pick up there after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
As we head down the home stretch for another hour and plenty of room for you, it's 844-844-3388. We touched on Fisker, the electric vehicle maker that went from a nearly $3 billion valuation to nothing by declaring bankruptcy on June 17. The electric vehicle designer pivoted from striving for profitability to arranging the difficult payout of their sizable debts. It's already crunch time because Fisker is running out of money to pay the workers who are actually trying to help wrap up the company's business. Matter of fact, they've started missing severance payments. Hence the fire sale. Back in 2023, the company was selling 3 versions of their Ocean SUV. $69,000, $50,000, and $39,000. Fisker slashed prices earlier this year as that bankruptcy loomed. But they still hovered around the cost of other new bargain vehicles. Now, they might as well be high-end go-karts. American Lease, a car rental company that provides vehicles for New York City's Uber drivers, has agreed to buy Fisker's entire 3,231 car inventory for a maximum of $46.3 million. This bulk buy has a few pricing tiers. The largest group is of Oceans that still have their original papers and are in good working order. Those will go to the American lease for $16,500. Another group, cars described in the agreement as previously titled, will cost a mere $3,200, and vehicles with extensive repairs needed will cost $2,500. According to the filed agreement, that payment will only go through once Fisker clears the car's recall holds. One was a recall related to a water pump issue that was announced this week, and that would require replacement parts. Although American Leases agreed to the terms and Fisker desperately needs that cash, the parties are also waiting to get the green light from the bankruptcy court to go ahead with the sale. That hearing to decide the deal is scheduled for today, as a matter of fact, July 16th, where the chief restructuring officer described in a Wednesday filing last week is the latest possible day to get a decision, given Fisker's precarious cash position. Now, he wrote that if Fisker doesn't get the cash from this sale quickly, the company will not have enough money to pay its remaining workforce for the next pay cycle. He'd previously written without the money by July 12th, the company wouldn't be able to fund vital business expenses like software provider cost and taxes to effectuate an orderly liquidation of the company. I mean, from $3 billion valuation to nada, just like that.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election. saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's arrived to a hero's welcome at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the U.S. Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas warns the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas says he's still 100% confident in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. Benji Heyer was at the White House briefing.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Trainee doctors in South Korea are continuing a long-running walkout despite final return-to-work notices being issued on Monday. Hospitals are finalising the resignations of more than 12,000 medical staff who left their positions in February over government moves to increase the number of medical school seats. Chris Gilbert reports.
The government's been trying to entice doctors back to work with promises of leniency and new benefits. But according to South Korean media, most trainee doctors who walked out in February are blasé about the promises and showed little intention of returning. On Monday, many hospitals sent notifications via text message to striking trainees, asking them to clarify their intention to return or resign for good. It said if they did not respond or return, they could be automatically resigned. Reports suggest few doctors have responded so far. The final deadline is seen as crucial for the government to help persuade them to return to hospitals, as it could affect the timetable for hiring new trainees in September.
A group of U.S. executives are set to visit Beijing next week to meet Chinese officials following the conclusion of a key meeting of Communist Party leaders known as the Third Plenum, according to a report by the South China Morning Post newspaper. Typically, the Third Plenum lays out a long-term economic policy and is taking place at a time of major challenges facing the world's second-largest economy. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, the visit will be arranged by the Washington-based U.S.-China Business Council and led by its president, Craig Allen, and CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam. Big-name companies with a big presence in China are on the list for the visit. They include Goldman Sachs, Starbucks, Nike, and Qualcomm. China's economy is in a slump with foreign investment at a 30-year low. Chinese President Xi Jinping met with top U.S. executives in March, where he sought to reassure foreign businesses.
And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start here. Getting settled in, back to the old grind, right? Hello to Roki this morning. I was mentioning so many people following the shots ringing out there at the rally over the weekend. Almost seemed to be oblivious to what was going on. Many of them, most didn't appear to be trying to take cover. Roki said, of all the people that were behind Trump, I commend the lady who pushed her son down and laid over top of him. The human shield, right? I don't think I caught that video. I didn't catch that. I have to go back and check some of the other video perspectives, but... All right, how many shares of Berkshire Hathaway do you own? This blows me away. Yeah, they hit a record high this past day, reflecting investors' confidence in Warren Buffett's company, which is often regarded as a microcosm of the broader American economy. The price of Berkshire's Class A shares up 1.5% this past day to $649,000 in late morning trading. Not $649, $649,000 a share. Monday's gain boosting the market value of Omaha, Nebraska-based Berkshire to approximately $930 billion based on reported shares outstanding. Yeah, the stock trades at more than 22 times projected full-year operating profit. Now, some stock price services show that Berkshire's record high price was actually $741,000, almost $742,000 back on June the 3rd. That appears to reflect what was a glitch that also caused the price of the Class B shares to briefly fall more than 99% at the time. But Berkshire owns dozens of insurance, energy, manufacturing, retail, and service businesses, Geico Car Insurance, the BNSF Railroad, Berkshire Hathaway Energy, Dairy Queen Ice Cream. They also own a huge stock portfolio led by Apple, whose share price has risen by more than a third since the end of March, despite having donated more than half of his Berkshire stock since 2006. The 93-year-old Buffett still owns about 14.5% of the company. That would be worth about $135 billion. Well, Fortune estimated his net worth at about $136 billion this past day. $649,000 a share. I'll take two, if you don't mind. Jolly Green Giant, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I'll tell you what, I heard something tonight, and I want you to verify it. Was that Pappy that was on there earlier saying that he was afraid to bring up that it might be a conspiracy concerning the Trump shooting?
Correct.
Is that who said that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Pappy, I've got to say it. I definitely believe it was conspiracy, because you're going to tell me for 30 minutes they knew the guy was up there, the police knew he was up there, and the Secret Service sniper had him in his scope Well, get this. I talked to a couple drivers for our company, and they said they heard that a sniper for the Secret Service that didn't take that shot was fired, and he said after he was fired, he was told to stand down. Now, I'm having a hard time believing that. Did you hear that, Steve, at all?
I've not heard any of such, no.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time believing that was the truth, okay? That sounds like a bunch of bunk. My attitude is, why didn't the police department, why didn't they act upon it? Something about an officer actually approached him and then I guess was afraid for his life. And I get that. I do. And I do agree that they should have not allowed him to go up on stage. All right? And definitely I believe that there was a communication breakdown.
Right.
Beyond shadow of a doubt. But do I think it's a conspiracy? Absolutely. In my opinion, while I was listening to Patty talking about it, and of course he knows more about this stuff, what the police do, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to tell you right up front, one of the things that I see, and I have never been in the military, and I have never been a member of the police department, et cetera, but I've watched enough TV that Jolly Green knows that in these situations, that a lot of times they have a police officer on every roof, or they lock that roof off where you cannot get on that roof. Am I right or wrong about that?
Well, just like you, I've never been in the military or law enforcement.
Right.
But yeah, I've always assumed any high vantage point available to anyone is where the Secret Service normally positions themselves.
Right. And I've got to be honest with you, I would never question an experienced officer like Pappy, whatever. I respect you a whole lot, Pappy, and I want you to know that. I respect what our officers out there do, our SWAT, and these people, men and women, putting their life on the line to protect and serve our communities. But you know darn well that there must have been a breakdown somewhere. In my opinion, the Secret Service did not do their job, and then there should be a major investigation. Plain and simple. All right? That's how I see it. I'm looking from the outside in, and I'm saying to myself, would they have let that happen to Biden? Absolutely not. And I hate to say this, well, I got to go back to, what is it, 1964. You would think that we have learned after the Kennedy shooting. You think after all these years we had learned after that incident. You would think after all this time we had learned something from that. Okay? Also, Reagan was shot at one time. I do remember that situation. So, I believe that the Secret Service, in my opinion, these individuals are top-notch, or they wouldn't be in that position. They would not be on that particular members of the Secret Service. I would imagine they're the best of the best, just like the SEAL team is the best of the best. It's just my opinion. Like I said, I've never been in the military. And no, I've never served as an officer, but I do respect what these men and women do. Don't ever think that Jolly Green Giant does not respect what you guys, men and women do. And I know that there are some of you listening tonight, but it's just one of my favorite programs on TV is SWAT, and I love that program. I realize it's just TV, okay? I realize there's a lot more going on, and there are things of what they can and cannot do but concerning laws, and I do understand that. I realize there are constitutional rights, and I got to be honest with you, so otherwise we're just tying the hands of our officers, men and women, of what they can and can't do, and I'm dead set against that. But at the same time, I don't want martial law either, you know? So I have to say that. Also, I want to let you know that I'm ashamed to say that my cousin and my sister were on Facebook criticizing Trump and said that he promotes violence. Now, I want you to know, Steve, I would not comment on that post that was posted by my cousin. And then my sister got in the middle of it, and I knew that if I had commented on it, it would have been a butt kicking, and they would have kicked my butt. I know my sister. She's got a master's degree, and she's a liberal, a flaming liberal, and so is her husband. All right? And I know my cousin is the same. So I tried to stay out of it. I will not argue, especially with my sister. I love my sister, but I don't respect her political views.
Right.
And I want you to know I'm not a coward, but I learned a long time ago not to argue on Facebook. I stay out of things on Facebook. I just don't get involved in that, Steve. A lot of times, if you look at what I'm posting recipes because
right.
I save things that I eventually want to cook. That's basically about it, Steve. And I do comment on your page, and I did make a comment, and I can't remember what it was about, but I did comment on your page today or yesterday. And I do look at your post, Steve. And a lot of times I agree with most of what you're posting. I know a lot of times it's jokes, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I just thought Jolly Green Giant would like to put his 2 cents in. Also, I want to make a comment concerning the officer down in Florida of the State Highway Patrol making a statement that if you speed, most likely you're going to be in an accident. I do not agree with that. I've been driving for 40 years. And in the last 10 years, I've had 2 accidents where I was hit from the side and I was doing the speed limit. Now, I will tell you that one of the 2 individuals that hit me from the side, one was speeding, or actually wasn't speeding, but I was driving too fast for conditions because it was raining hard. They hydroplaned, slid backwards into me, and hit me on the driver's side of the truck. The other one was right near the Indianapolis airport. That individual, a tie rod came loose, his wheel turned to the side, he lost control and hit me in the rear of the trailer. So speed was not a factor in that accident. I do not agree when we come across and we say that speed, if you speed, most likely you're going to be in an accident. I'm sorry, but I do not agree with that. All right? And I am speaking from a driver's point of view. I've been driving for 40 years, and that's not exactly what I see out here. Now, I do see that some accidents are caused because of speed. And let me tell you something, Steve. That accident that occurred to me in Indianapolis here was I think it was last year, and I got hit from the side. First question that the safety department asked me, and they called me within 15 minutes after the accident, and it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. First question is, are you all right? And the answer was yes. Second question, how fast were you driving? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What difference does it make? I got hit from the side. Okay? But our safety department's asking the same question.
Yeah.
So no, of course, I don't see the statistics that the officer down in Florida was seeing. I don't see those statistics. You probably know more about it than I do. But I'm speaking from a driver's standpoint, okay? And our company wants us to stay within 5 miles of the speed limit no matter where we're at. They're on our case all the time, Steve, about what we're talking about. So I will tell you that most likely I do the best I can to stay within 5 miles per hour of that speed limit, no matter where I'm at. And school zone, construction zones, I'm on the money. I will not speed in those 2 areas. But if I'm out on the expressway, I guarantee you, I'm like Sex Maniac. If I can hammer, I will. But most of the time, it's just 70 miles an hour, 65-mile zone. All right? It's not 55. I'm not in the city. And I'm sure not,
Right.
In a school zone or a construction zone where it says 45 miles an hour. Those speed limits are set for safety reasons, and I am all for that. But either way, I just thought I'd give a call. Also, I heard good news about Chevy guy that he's doing better, or Chevy or Mr. 57 that he's at home and he's doing better. I got that text, I think sometime Saturday.
Yep.
So you heard the same thing, correct?
That's correct. It's about all I heard, that he's home, that he had a couple stints, and he does have the vest that has like the defibrillator thing. That I'd never heard of that. I've heard of pacemakers that have a defibrillator built into them. Never heard of like the external thing that's actually that you wear a vest, but. I don't know, horse feathers. Mike could explain that. Let me quickly, here's some news that just came out here in the last couple of hours, as a matter of fact, which just makes the plot thicken that much more to me. I'm talking about a conspiracy. It says local law enforcement, not the Secret Service. Local law enforcement, as we had heard before, had reportedly, now this I had not seen, had stationed 3 snipers actually inside the building whose roof was used by the gunman. They had 3 snipers inside that building. I would question, why in the building rather than on the damn roof? Highlighting the potential security lapses that led to the former president getting injured and the death of another person. 3 police snipers were stationed inside the building. Their task was looking out the window at the rally. According to CBS News and local outlet Beaver Countyan, citing local law enforcement sources, one of the officers stationed in the building saw the gunman, quote, scoping out the roof and carrying a rangefinder before briefly disappearing from the site and returning with a backpack. The officer managed to take a photograph of the shooter and even radioed the sightings to his command center. But the shooter, the 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, was reportedly able to scale the roof through an air conditioning unit. Local law enforcement officials cited by reports blaming a lack of manpower, which prevented them from placing a sniper on the roof or providing the snipers on the ground with spotters. That's their excuse for their failure to stop him, along with what they called, quote, extremely poor planning. According to local television WPXI, officers on the ground first spotted him nearly 30 minutes before he fired. Some officers who arrived at the building after the police sniper raised the alarm tried to climb onto the roof and reach Crooks, but by then, supposedly, he had fired his shot and had been killed by the Secret Service. I don't know, 3 snipers inside the building? All right, we're almost at the bottom of the hour here, so let me just quickly jump to some of the other headlines here. Trying to get all the latest. Technicians at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, are working 24 hours a day forensically analyzing the shooter's cell phone and laptop computer, according to senior FBI officials. The FBI, in a statement this past day, said the technicians had successfully gained access to his phone. Now, the official said while it took a day to unlock the phone, the lab eventually did so on its own without the help from an outside firm, as was the case back in 2015 in the San Bernardino, California mass shooting, when the FBI actually relied on a little-known Australian firm to assist in unlocking one of the shooter's phones there. The searches of the electronic devices have yet to reveal a motive, but the analysis continues. The FBI also expects to release more information about the explosive device that was found in Crooks' car. Let's see. These are just some of the headlines from the past hours. A former high school counselor who knew the shooter all 4 years that he attended Bethel Park High School said he was stunned and flabbergasted to find out he was the gunman. Thomas was a quiet man, an intelligent young man, but he did keep to himself, according to a former school counselor. He had a handful of friends. In the cafeteria, I'd sit down with him and I'd say, Thomas, would you like me to get some kids over here? And he'd say, nope, Mr. Knapp, I want to be by myself, which is fine, Knapp said. Knapp said counselors at the high school met with students twice a year to go over class schedules, assist those who needed help, and address any issues they were having at school. Yeah, he said he never got a call from a teacher about crooks getting into trouble or not doing his homework. Shifting gears, the House Oversight Committee formally requested documents from the Secret Service as they investigate the assassination attempt. The committee plans to hold a hearing on the attack next Monday. It requested that the Secret Service, by Thursday of this week, provide a roster of personnel, all audio and video related to the Butler, Pennsylvania rally where Trump was shot at, and any memos or notice about the assassination attempt. So that's, as Pappy had said, one of the keys. I want to hear the audio. Did the local law enforcement radio that? Was it transferred? And the local officer said that he radioed that information to his command post, which obviously immediately should have forwarded that information or audio to the Secret Service, right? If they had a 30-minute heads up that something's amiss, Trump would have never been on that stage, I would think. They also requested a subsequent list of information, including any identified pre-site security concerns. That was requested for no later than July the 29th. And, of course, meanwhile, last evening, the crowd at the Republican National Committee, or Convention, rather, breaking out into the chant, USA, USA, we love Trump, other cheers as he arrived at the convention and went to the VIP box. The bandage over his ear that was wounded on Saturday did not take the stage last night, where he will accept the nomination this Thursday. He went to a red seating section with family members and VIPs, shaking hands, exchanging greetings with those that were there. Of course, showing on the large video screen.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election, saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's arrived to a hero's welcome at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the U.S. Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he is a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio, but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas warns the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas says he's still 100% confident in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. Benji Heyer was at the White House briefing.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and welcome back as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Lines available at 844-844-3388. What's going on with horse feathers this morning?
Morning, Your Honor. I don't know, just kind of same old, I guess. So we had a nice 100-degree day yesterday, and of course had unsettled atmosphere and had some storms roll through, and I guess there was more to the south towards the Baltimore and Annapolis and Washington area that came through worse than the other. But so we're calling for a repeat day of that again today. More storms there. I guess they're saying somewhere between 6 in the evening and going towards dark there. Things ought to be settling down there by the time the sun goes down, so the atmosphere calms down a little bit there, gets rid of some bad weather, and so it ought to be a good trailer trucking night again tomorrow night. And then something about Wednesday. Do you know anything about a front coming through on Wednesday? Supposed to be sweeping through and completely making a big change. And so anyways, they said something about holding something, because there's going to be a big blow when it comes through. So maybe, I don't know, just check, make sure you got clean shorts on or something like that, because the wind's going to be blowing pretty hard there and blow your dress up or something. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know if that whole bullseye, crosshair, or whatever the term was supposed to be used was really the trigger point. You look back at how things have been going, even before really even saying not that he hasn't kind of always said he's going to keep running right from the time of January 6th after that, and after the change of administration. But the talk of the mega and the threat to democracy, it's like it's been made out that the mega is like some far right wing
extremist
group that's gonna come in, and if you don't believe their views, gonna shoot everybody down. And so I don't know. It's just that, and then you can go back all the way to the 2016 campaign where Hillary called everybody deplorables. Anybody that was in favor of Donald Trump was a deplorable, which meant you were you weren't even considered a second-rate citizen at that point. So I don't know. It's just, as you say, the rhetoric has been going on so long that it's actually the word turning and that's actually kind of almost on a brainwashing type deal of what's going on with both sides, to make both sides, and it's kind of amazing that we haven't had more problems than what we have with the way things have actually been said. But anyways, so I guess that's kind of that, and I think I'm with you that we just kind of got to wait and watch and see what comes out in development. It is kind of scary, some of the things you hear, that if things are actually true the way they're coming out, that more things weren't known about. To have if that's true, that there were people actually in the building that this individual used as his vantage point, and he got up there without them knowing it. That's kind of scary. But the to just go off and just kind of start making scenarios up and everything, and just, I don't know. You got to kind of, as you say, you got to be careful of what things are before we go too far on
right.
Making assumptions of what could have happened or how it happened, or even possibly how to make it better. I don't know. It's just so anyways, and as you say, the breakdown of communication has to come in too somehow. If things are going on, the Secret Service should have been monitoring all channels of communication.
And that's what Pappy said. They should have been monitoring all the local law enforcement. So the seeing as the Oversight Committee has already said, we want all the audio, all the video, that it will ultimately come to light.
Yeah, and I can say I've actually been to the training facility for the Secret Service with the NSA. I actually was one of the jobs we had was delivering office trailers in there. It's one of the places I had clearance to get into down here in the Washington area way back in the day when I was moving the oversized trailer stuff. And to see, just from being an outside person going in there, and to see their mock-ups that they have, and what they have on their grounds, their training, what SEAL training is and Ranger training is just the whole site and setup. And not that I got into their buildings or anything to see all of their stuff that's inside, but just their outside training facilities were amazingly top notch and very lifelike scenario. I mean, they're, you look at what they had, because they had the ability to reenact things or be able to use things that, were like Air Force One and Marine One and the for presidential motorcade. They had all kinds of different things staged where they, had operations of training and everything. So it's a pretty amazing place and a pretty amazing organization. But I don't know, you just think that, sitting back a little bit, looking that, in the 21st century, as Pappy said, they got a half dozen drones just with the sheriff's department. What should the Secret Service be traveling around with and being able to see from the ground, what, having an air vantage point, but being able to sit on the ground and monitor what's going on, and then just as you said, the communication wise and everything. But other than that, I don't know. We'll just sit back and wait and see what comes out. Got a few things lined up. So if the weather holds off, I guess even after the sweeping front comes through, that we're still going to be in the 80s, mid to high 80s. So don't think just because it's sweeping through we're going to go to fall and it's going to be cold and lose pool time. But the grandson there, his school's actually sponsoring the Touch a Truck event. So the fire truck's got something else to run to on Saturday. We're going to go down there, and I don't know. Maybe if there's a fire hydrant close, maybe we might run a hose over the fire hydrant and put some water out there and sprinkle the kids, because it's supposed to be somewhere around 85, 90 degrees down there that day. So maybe we'll put a little water mist out or something if the kids want to get sprinkled. And so we got that to do, and then the following week we get the tractor out finally. Finally got to another tractor weekend, so we're working on going to get the tractor out the following week and see what we can do for that and see what it has to say, because it kind of got neglected last year. We did a lot more with the fire truck, and the tractor kind of got neglected in the garage. So we'll get that out and see what it has to say the following week. But other than that, I guess that's supposed to go back. We're supposed to go all the way back up in the 90s, Your Honor. You better watch out. The Princess is going to keep you on pool boy duty out there for. Geez, I think we're going to go all the way to September if this keeps up this way.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, other than that, anything new on the world out there? Got anything good going on out? Oh, hey, I got one last thing for you. So perusing on Facebook there, I had a advertisement come up there for something going on out there in Missouri on I-29 at a Chrome shop. So I forwarded that over to the Outcast page or something like that, one of the Steve Summers pages. But I also followed them a little bit into their about information and stuff, and they had an email there to get to their marketing department, and I sent them a little email. It says, hey, if you'd like a little better advertisement of your event going on, you should maybe contact Overnight Drive Radio. Steve Summers Overnight Drive, midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern there. We all listen out here. So if you want us to know about it, you should advertise. So if anybody's out there on Facebook or someplace where they see advertisements for these Chrome shops or truck places or stuff like that, email into them. Email into their marketing department. Send them a quick note. Say, hey, we listened to Steve's show, and if you want us to know about it and you want everybody else to know about it, get a hold. Maybe we'd be able to get some people to do some advertising and get some more people out there that a lot of us didn't know about, because I have no idea who this Chrome shop is. It's out there on I-29 in Missouri. I don't even know where they are in Missouri, but if you want there, as I say, I forwarded their link over to that one fan page there. So
well, I'm thinking its problem is it the Chrome Shop Mafia?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the four states. It was something else.
Okay.
Yep. So now look at that. We gave them free advertising. Said their name. I'll have to send them a bill. Anyway, but yeah. So if you're out there and you do it, and you got an extra minute or two, and you're on Facebook, you come across them, just kind of go to somebody's about page and then just forward them Steve's information. We're always everybody out here, if we all help a little bit, maybe we can find some more advertisers and people who want to sponsor the show and keep everything rolling the way we got it, because we all like it. We all like hearing you, and we all like being able to call into you. And anybody that hasn't called in, It is way too easy. It's way too easy to dial 844-844-3388 and be a first-time caller and, hey, get that $60 of free product. Man, I tell you, can't go wrong with that. All right, Your Honor, I did my part. It's your turn now.
Thank you very much. Hey, have a good morning. Wait a minute. One other thing I wanted. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right.
I haven't pushed the button yet.
Explain 5-7 the vest. What is a defibrillating vest?
As far as I know, it operates on the principle of the AED, the little box that is popping up in a lot of places that you open it up and you throw the patches on people. You look at the directions and it says, take patch A and put on chest here, and take patch B and put on chest there, and then the device itself actually scans for the heart rhythm, and if it detects a heart rhythm, it chooses what it needs to do for the type of heart rhythm it detects.
Mm-hmm.
If it detects no heart rhythm, it pretty much says get out of the way because we're shocking, and it does everything automatically. So from what I understand, this vest pretty much has a built-in AED, and I'm sure it has a little better connection than what the little portable ones do. But he's probably hooked up monitor-wise into this from the vest. It's doing its monitoring 24/7.
Okay.
And if it detects an anomaly of some sort, a heart rhythm that's irregular, it will give whatever type of shock it needs to bring the heart rate back into sinus rhythm. So
okay.
And and I'm not sure. Hey, we're in the 21st century. More than likely, this thing is connected to the internet and connected somewhere so that if it does a shock, it's going to let somebody else know. Probably at somewhere else, somebody's going to get a
notification.
Saying, hey, this device has activated, and kind of like the help I've fallen, I can't get up button.
Mm-hmm.
Probably somebody's going to call him and say, hey, is everything okay? Or, your device is just activated. Do you require assistance? And if there's no reply, then I would assume that emergency services will be going to find out what the heck's going on. So, as I say, we're in the 21st century. I don't know for sure, but all that technology is there. So, but for sure, it's a type of device that's like the AED that, as I say, that he is just wearing 24 hours a day and monitoring him. And if he needs a little jolt or something, besides drinking some of that strong coffee, this thing will monitor his heart and give him the probably a correct and accurate shock of what it decides is needed for whatever his heart is doing.
I've known some people that have the actual pacemaker that have the defibrillator device built into them, and all I know is they one guy in particular said that when that thing would activate and hit him, it would, as he had knocked the living hell out of him, is the way he put it. It was not a pleasant thing. I guess any sort of a shock to the heart is probably not going to be pleasant. All right, thank you very much. Good explanation.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a message there. Some of the folks chatting on the Facebook page. Brian says, hey, good morning, everyone. It's the Carolina Cracker driving west on 22, almost to Tupelo, Mississippi, listening in. I personally won't sit here and speak on what Secret Service should have done or not, because I drive truck. I don't guard presidents or VIPs. That's just my opinion. But what do you guys think about the similarities between Trump's January 6th words, we need to stand up and fight, versus Biden's, we need to put a bullseye on Trump's statement? They both kind of carry directives if you're looking for one. Now, if you choose to take the wordings out of their intended context, you can spin them all day long if people choose to. And why have I not heard any blue or red cheerleaders pushing that narrative? Why isn't Biden being impeached for inciting an attempted assassination on former President Trump? Just some thoughts. I'll sit back and listen in. Everybody be safe out there. Let me see. Hello to Rick in Columbus, checking in. Coffee up this morning. Good to hear you. Good to have you on board there. Okay, let's see. Who we got on board? Is that Vic? Is that Dan? I'm not sure who we got.
This is Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Steve.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
I was going to ask you a question, a clarification. Did people watch him carry that ladder? Or I was wondering if he could have brought the ladder in early, before there was people around, like a day or two earlier, and maybe brought the gun up then, or did they actually watch him carry the gun up that ladder?
Now, I have not seen any reporting one way or the other. Carl last hour kind of said that he had heard that the 20-year-old carried that ladder there. Now, again, I haven't seen anything to confirm that.
Well, and then the other thing was the Secret Service sniper that took the shooter down, was he up on the stage with President Trump?
The shooter, or the sniper?
Yeah, the Secret Service sniper that took the shooter down.
The one that killed the one that took the shooter out was on a building, kind of to I guess it would have been kind of to the right, maybe behind. Where the stage location was, where Trump was on the stage. So he was on a different building. There were actually two snipers on that building.
Well, but he was closer to the building where the shooter came from, right?
the sniper that took out the bad guy was very, very close to the stage on a building, close to the stage where Trump was. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing on those radios, if you'll remember, and again, please don't get me started, I guess I will, about the radios, that was one of the complaints with 9/11, that they couldn't communicate with each other on the radios. So are you telling me that they still can't communicate, local law enforcement and federal law enforcement can't communicate with one another?
Questions we want answers to, Dan, right? How does that,
yeah, I mean,
how is it possible?
9/11 was 22 years ago, 23 years ago. So, I mean, wow. And the other thing is, what I don't understand the timeline. They knew he was there as a shooter. They knew he had a gun on that for almost 30 minutes. Is that correct?
That's what we're being told, that the local law enforcement knew he was there.
So President Trump was not on the stand.
Correct.
And if they knew that, and they didn't convey that he's not coming on the stand, he's not going to come out on the speaking engagement. I mean, I guess you get tired of me complaining about our government, but how freaking
right.
What a bunch of losers. I mean, when I say losers, I mean, you can't do your job, and you know for a half hour that, I mean, what'd they do in the half hour? I mean, what'd they do, wait for the president to come out?
The question we're all waiting to get an answer to is supposedly the local law enforcement noticed the character, the suspicious character, called it into his command post, which I guess is the local law. Did that word make it up to the actual Secret Service command post is what we're all kind of waiting to see. Because otherwise, I mean, there's no way they should have let this, Donald Trump on the stage, right? Hold that thought.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election, saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics, but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's arrived to a hero's welcome at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the U.S. Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he's a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas warns the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas says he's still 100% confident in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. Benji Heyer was at the White House briefing.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Trainee doctors in South Korea are continuing a long-running walkout despite final return-to-work notices being issued on Monday. Hospitals are finalising the resignations of more than 12,000 medical staff who left their positions in February over government moves to increase the number of medical school seats. Chris Gilbert reports.
The government's been trying to entice doctors back to work with promises of leniency and new benefits. But according to South Korean media, most trainee doctors who walked out in February are blasé about the promises and showed little intention of returning. On Monday, many hospitals sent notifications via text message to striking trainees, asking them to clarify their intention to return or resign for good. It said if they did not respond or return, they could be automatically resigned. Reports suggest few doctors have responded so far. The final deadline is seen as crucial for the government to help persuade them to return to hospitals, as it could affect the timetable for hiring new trainees in September.
A group of U.S. executives are set to visit Beijing next week to meet Chinese officials following the conclusion of a key meeting of Communist Party leaders known as the Third Plenum, according to a report by the South China Morning Post newspaper. Typically, the Third Plenum lays out a long-term economic policy and is taking place at a time of major challenges facing the world's second-largest economy. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, the visit will be arranged by the Washington-based U.S.-China Business Council and led by its president, Craig Allen, and CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam. Big-name companies with a big presence in China are on the list for the visit. They include Goldman Sachs, Starbucks, Nike, and Qualcomm. China's economy is in a slump with foreign investment at a 30-year low. Chinese President Xi Jinping met with top U.S. executives in March, where he sought to reassure foreign businesses.
And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Get that final hour off and rolling here. And we'll kick things off this time around with the question Dan and millions of others are all asking. Let me take you to the New York Times. Yes, the not fond of Trump, left-leaning New York Times, which says the building from which a gunman fired at former President Trump Saturday was, at least in hindsight, an obvious security risk. Its rooftop offered an ideal sniper's perch with a close, elevated, unobstructed view of Mr. Trump. But when the Secret Service drew up plans for Saturday's rally, it left the building outside its security perimeter. Instead, local law enforcement officials in Butler, PA, were given responsibility for that building, and no police officers were stationed on the roof itself. The building, used by a warehouse, as a warehouse by equipment manufacturer AGR International, has become the focal point of a myriad of investigations into the shooting that nearly felled a former American president, one that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Monday called a security failure. First question is why the building, about 450 feet from the stage, was left out of the perimeter. A Secret Service advance team visited the site and made the determinations, and a supervisor would have had to approve that. The agency so far has not said who that was. Just one of many unanswered questions. It's also unclear how the gunman got on the roof. People at the rally reported the suspicious person to local law enforcement. Quickly thereafter, rally visitors pointed out a man on the warehouse that ultimately the Secret Service shot and killed after he began his assault. Secret Service has not said whether local law enforcement officers made Secret Service agents aware of a suspect or whether those officers were up to the task of dealing with the situation. But the central question is whether the Secret Service failed at its most basic mission, keeping America's leaders, including a former president, safe. That security lapse is now the center of overlapping investigations run by members of Congress and the Secret Service itself. Monday, the leaders of the Senate's Homeland Security Committee announced their own investigation. Senators Gary Peters, Democrat of Michigan, and Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, told the Secret Service in a letter that they wanted to know how the suspect was able to get this close to a Secret Service protectee. An accident like this cannot happen, says Alejandro Mayorkas, speaking on CNN, adding, quote, when I say something like this cannot happen, we're speaking of a failure. Now, former federal law enforcement officials have said the Secret Service should have ensured the building was secured before the rally took place. The agency often relies on local law enforcement agencies for security at events. One witness to Saturday's shooting said he had been allowed to walk into the same area as the warehouse without a security check. Nathan Stedman said that he and his daughter stood under a nearby tree where they had a clear view of Mr. Trump. Now, within minutes of Mr. Trump taking the stage, Mr. Stedman said he noticed people pointing at the building adjacent to the tree that they were sitting under. I went to take a closer look. I saw the shooter crawl across the roof and pull out the black barrel of a gun. Mr. Stedman turned toward his daughter, who was about 30 feet away, and screamed, "He's got a gun." Mr. Stedman said the shooter then rolled over onto his back, turned the opposite direction, and fired twice in the direction away from where Mr. Trump was speaking. Mr. Stedman said he could not see who the gunman was shooting at in that direction. After those first shots, Mr. Stedman started to run, then heard another volley of gunshots. He said he was stunned that he had been allowed to get so close. We should have never been allowed to go anywhere we were. Why that building was not secured, it makes no sense. That's the first I've heard of any shots being fired any direction versus the volley that was directed at Trump. So all asking the same questions there, Dan.
Well, yeah, and the drones, you're going to tell me that people have drones at their home.
Right.
Their farms and their ranches. I mean, the government doesn't have drones and an experienced drone operator to monitor that. And the communications, I would venture to say that will be their fallback. We could not communicate with local law enforcement couldn't communicate with us.
Mm-hmm.
But whoever was in charge of that local scene there, they need to be fired. I mean, I don't care what, you see somebody with a gun and he's crawling on a ladder and you don't do anything about it. I believe that a local person, law enforcement, didn't they come face to face with him with a gun?
That's what some of the reports are saying. Apparently, we don't know if it was the local officer or maybe the ground Secret Service, the ground snipers, as they call them.
Well, the other thing I had heard, but I want to verify it, that the grounds are I guess he'd be a ground sniper or counter sniper that took him out, the shooter, murdered President Trump. That attempted to murder President Trump. He couldn't get permission to shoot right away.
That or the belief is that the suspect was not in the scope or in the view. He was on the opposite side of the build. The slope of the roof he was on. He was hidden on the other side, out of the scope of the sniper. And then when he finally poked his head up and fired those shots, he popped up like a gopher out of a hole, quickly fired those 5 shots. That's when they immediately took him out.
To get 5 rounds off like that, sir, he's got to have a little bit of time, The easiest thing to do would have been to take him out before he even shoots. I'm just wondering if he walked into the crowd with the gun.
Well, again, he was outside the security perimeter. I guess, apparently these people, like the people that I just shared the interview from, that said they had walked over across the field and they didn't have to go through a checkpoint. Obviously, he was able to get in there. Don't know if he parked his car in the parking lot there or what, and didn't have to go through any sort of a security checkpoint.
He parked his car in a residential neighborhood that's near there.
Is that what it was? Okay.
He parked his van there. Yeah, and the neighbors called the police, the residents around there, because of the van. I just, Steve, I for some reason, I thought this was going to happen. And now Biden had the misfortune of using the term bullseye, which he shouldn't have used. But that was the night before President Trump was shot at. He made that statement on Friday in Detroit. And then he went home and the president was shot. And you say, well, this guy's a nut. Mm-hmm. And I guess he's thinking, I've got to take this guy out. I'm going to go out in an inferno myself, so let me take this guy out. So, well, I appreciate the good show as usual.
We'll see ultimately what, now that they've got into his phone, I guess they haven't confirmed whether they were able to get into his laptop yet. I haven't seen anything as to where this shooter guy had social media. Was he, Facebook, Instagram? I haven't heard anything about any social media accounts, which for a 20-year-old in this day and age would be very, very unusual. See what they can get forensically out of his electronic devices. All right, we'll get back to the calls right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, what else do we have under industry headlines? They tell us a crime bill moving through the California Assembly is aimed at simplifying the prosecution of break-ins for passenger cars and commercial vehicles, which there's a ton of that going on in that state. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supports legislation to enhance penalties or deter criminals from targeting truck drivers and or their trucks. State law defines crime of burglary to include entering a vehicle when the doors are locked with the intent to commit grand or petty larceny or a felony. To convict a suspect of vehicle burglary, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the car or truck was locked. The rule includes a requirement that victims physically come to court to testify the vehicle was locked. Senator Scott Wiener of San Francisco is behind this renewed effort. He said that the requirement to prove your vehicle is locked is an obstacle to bringing burglars to justice when prosecutors try an auto burglary case. The level of auto burglary in the state is off the rails. We need to remove these senseless barriers to tackle it. The full assembly could vote soon on the amended crime bill that's touted to close the locked door loophole when prosecutors prosecuting cases involving vehicle breakdowns. The Senate has already approved a nearly identical version of the bill. This loophole is a senseless barrier to holding vehicle burglars accountable. This bill would remove the requirement to prove a vehicle door was locked. Instead, forcible entry of a car or truck would be enough to prove the crime. Now, it could be charged as either a misdemeanor or a felony. It also covers concern about organized resale of goods stolen from vehicles. Individuals could be prosecuted for possessing more than $950 of stolen goods intended for resale, whether the goods were stolen in one or multiple incidents, and whether the individual played the role of thief, middleman, or seller. They make it so easy for the criminals in California. Believe it or not, they say passage of this is actually uncertain. This is at least the third attempt in recent years to get the changes made to the law. One hang-up for previous attempts was prison time. Heaven forbid we actually have any consequences for committing a crime in California. Critics have voiced concern to lawmakers that creating a new term of incarceration could result in increased prison terms. If you don't want to do the time, don't do the damn crime. Last year, a state legislative panel added that the result of enacting a rule change would be an exacerbation of prison overcrowding. If approved by the Senate, this will head back to the Assembly for consideration of changes before moving to the governor's desk. But that is the mentality of lawmakers there in the state of California. God forbid we have any consequences for committing crimes. We can't have people going to prison here. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Hey, I hear y'all talking about this whole Trump assassination thing, and you got me to reliving a memory in my head. I think it was in 2018 when Alabama LSU were playing down at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The week of the game, they came to me and said, hey, the tent company wants you and two other drivers to go down to the stadium and deliver some tents. Fine, no problem. So get down there, we get unloaded, and come back Saturday and pick up all the, bits and parts and pieces. And I was talking to one of the supervisors there that I know, and I said, what's going on here? He says, well, President Trump is coming to the game. They're setting up metal detectors, and these are the tents that are going to go over to metal detectors. And they're going to also wand everybody that goes through. So I don't know what happened between president and former president, but, like I said, there should be some serious investigations going on here. Yeah. This is like insanity because I've gone on TikTok lately, and it's insane that there was a girl on there, and I say girl, she had to have been 25 or under, was literally irate that Trump was not killed.
I'm sorry, and it's like I said last night, Steve, it's scary the way this world is going. Not just political, not just trucking, but in general. Because if there's these people like this out here, I feel sorry for the next 20 years when they get to be my age, which, tomorrow's the 17th is my birthday anyway. But still, though, it's scary where this world is going to be if you have this kind of thinking out here in the world, Steve. But no, real quick, couple notes from NASCAR real quick. Legacy Motorsports has decided to change its competition director from Joey Cohen to Bobby Kennedy, and also to Alex Bowman and Christopher Bell and Joey Logano's car went back to the R&D center after the race Sunday. So, by the way, Brother Rambler hadn't called in yet, has he?
I have not heard from him yet. It's only Tuesday morning, but...
Oh, Lord. Wait, look, me and him need to get together, and we need to help Gilligan quit not offending. I can't think of the word right now, but he is there we go. Gilligan is violating the 11th commandment, Steve. Did you hear about the 11th commandment?
The 11th commandment. No, fill me in.
What do you mean you haven't heard of that? All the news and Google? Steve, biblical scholars announced, I think it was last week or 2 weeks, there's an 11th commandment to the Bible. Did you hear about this?
I must have missed it completely.
Poor Gilligan. Gilligan is living in sin, Steve. We need to have a talk with him because the 11th commandment clearly stated, thou shalt not wear a Speedo over 30. Bye to me.
That's probably a legitimate commandment, if you want to know the truth. As far as I'm concerned, you don't wear a Speedo at all. I don't know, to each his own. We'll be taking a cruise here in October, and every cruise we've been on recently, there's always that old guy that is out there sporting his junk in the banana hammock, as I call him. It's like, are you kidding me? Okay, I guess if you're proud of what you got, if you want to flaunt it, you got it. Okay. All right, here we are, Tuesday, traveler's weather real quick as we head to the news break here. Cooler, drier air will be arriving in the wake of a cold front. Yeah, the stronger storms today, central Illinois to northwest Ohio. Yeah, another pocket of more extensive coverage, some severe weather, will pop up over parts of upstate New York today. Now, looking toward midweek Wednesday, the Midwest will catch a break by Wednesday as that front moves onto the East Coast. Yeah, the cold front moving into that very hot, very muggy air from northern Tennessee, the northern Tennessee Valley, to the northeast and mid-Atlantic. They tell us will lead to an explosive thunderstorm development. Experts are honing in on a zone from southern Maine to northern Virginia for the highest potential for severe weather at midweek. A large zone outside of that, stretching as far west as central and southern Missouri and as far south as South Carolina, will all have some risk for severe weather come Wednesday. This time, it looks like the big cities, D.C., Boston, will likely have storms during the afternoon commute or the early evening hours. So that'll slow things down for those commuting in the big cities there. 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. US President Joe Biden has said it was a mistake to use the word bullseye following criticism his language led to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Some Republicans have blamed rhetoric used by Biden and other Democrats for being the reason behind the attack. In an interview recorded by NBC at the White House on Monday, Biden defended his remarks while highlighting Trump's previous inflammatory comments. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there has been a real focus on political language, the rhetoric used by both sides. Joe Biden admitted that using the expression to put a bullseye on Donald Trump had been a mistake, but explained he meant that as focusing on the president and the language that he used and the policies he was proposing. He also pushed back on the idea that he's too old to run for re-election, saying that although it was a legitimate question to ask, his mental acuity was pretty damn good. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate. The Ohio senator is relatively new to politics but known as a strong MAGA supporter. He's arrived to a hero's welcome at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Caroline Malone reports.
It became official on Monday that Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance as his sidekick in the run for the White House. Vance served in the U.S. Marine Corps, ran a successful business, and has even written a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The Trump campaign said he is a champion for the renewal of American manufacturing and has worked to defend and revive domestic automotive production. Vance has called for strong borders and for standing up to China. He's also a supporter of the traditional energy industry, oil and gas. Vance is a senator for Ohio but does not have much other political experience. He's a young choice at just 39 years old.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas warns the United States is now in a heightened threat environment after the attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump. But Secretary Mayorkas says he's still 100% confident in the Secret Service despite Saturday's shooting. Benji Heyer was at the White House briefing.
Alejandro Mayorkas took a barrage of questions from reporters on security measures which are being implemented following the attack. There'll be enhanced protection for Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance, who claims without basis that the language Joe Biden's campaign used against Trump, branding him as a threat to democracy, led directly to the attempted assassination. Responding to questions about the spread of conspiracy theories implying the president instigated the attack or that the shooting itself was a setup, Mayorkas said it's, quote, preposterous and dangerous to propagate rumours that are unequivocally false and provocative.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Daniel. Said Steve, the 11th commandment is clearly written. Thou shalt not cross an open scale. It's one of the deadliest sins you can commit. Michael chimes in. If you'll remember, there was 15 commandments before Moses dropped that one tablet. There you go. Thou shalt not wear Speedos over the age of 30. Very good. And we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. All right, Pappy, some interesting discussions tonight, no doubt. Welcome back.
Steve, I think briefs should be outlawed over the age of 30, man. I'm a boxer guy, man.
Yep.
If anybody really needs to know, man. Hey, listen, I want to put this... hey, thanks for taking me back, by the way. It's rare that I call him twice, but I want to put this caress about if this sniper was given permission to shoot or not. All right? We talked about that Afghan situation at the airport with the military. They got rules of engagement. Them snipers there, or the guys on the roof, saw what they knew were combatants, right? And they probably radioed in and said, hey, we got 2 combatants here, known combatants. And they probably came back saying, are they armed? No, I do not see any weapons. But they could be suicide bombers, any evidence of that. And it's probably hard to tell if somebody's got a suicide vest on and they're concealing it, so they'll probably say, can't confirm that. So permission denied. Listen, in law enforcement, you do not need a supervisor's permission to shoot somebody that's armed with a firearm or any type of weapon where somebody else is an imminent threat. It's that simple. Even Bongino talked about it today, but I think we've talked about this before on your show. If roll up on a domestic situation and you get there and the man is holding a knife to a female's throat, threatening to kill her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you're going to try to diffuse the situation, but it gets to the point to where you think, man, he's going to do it, and you feel that you got a open shot to take, you do not have to get on the radio and ask for permission to do it. Deadly force is justified if imminent threat of death or serious physical harm is imminent to another. It's that simple. I roll up on a scene and the guy's laying down on the ground. There's a guy with a baseball bat beating him with a baseball bat. I don't have to call the boss and say, hey, man, that guy's getting beat with a bat. Can I shoot him? You can shoot that person. He's causing serious physical harm to that other person. And the other thing is, there was chatter about, well, do they got to wait to shoot? No! You mean to tell me, Steve, if I roll up, whatever the situation is, a bank robbery, right? Come face to face with the bank robber and we're both pointing guns at each other. Do I got to wait for him to shoot at me before I can shoot him? No. There's no way, I am telling you, there's no way in hell that sniper was going to have to wait for permission to shoot a threat. I just wanted to put that to rest.
Okay. So, I mean, the report I shared from the New York Times here, the last hour, alluding to the eyewitness saying that the shooter rolled over on his back and fired a couple shots. He didn't know what he was shooting at. I see you said, maybe, was that the officer that poked his head up over and came into contact with him?
That's a good question now, ain't it, Steve? Because Bongino got a report that officer was injured.
And when you said that, I said a shrapnel, so maybe he got a grazing wound like Trump did, possibly.
Well, the thought is that when the sniper, the Secret Service, or I think it was confirmed, Steve, that Secret Service agents are not the snipers, okay? Bongino confirmed that today, and I was telling you that yesterday. I was like 99.9% sure. That maybe when the sniper fired, the counter sniper team fired, after it went through that dude's mouth and out the back of his head, that dude on the ladder caught a piece of that. So now this story could change the whole thing. Did the suspect sniper, the murderer, did he turn around and fire shots at that officer on the ladder? Did he, did that round maybe hit in front of him, hit the ladder, cause that bullet to come apart, and he catch some frags of it, or what? We don't know. I guess that'll probably come out.
In my assertion that sniper knew something, the good guy, the good man, the Trump team sniper, he obviously was looking at that particular roof, but the dude was hidden behind the overhang, and when he finally poked his head up, is when they were able to take him out.
Yes, sir.
That's my line of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, that other photo that shows of that building, you can see the slope that eyewitness was talking about. That he was hidden behind the slope of the pitch of the roof.
Yep.
So that's where I'm leaning. But,
and the guy with his daughter, and the guy with his daughter under the tree, they were obviously on the back side of that building where they were, where he was able to look up and see him on the. I don't think there were many people in that perspective, in that zone, to see the guy up there.
Now you think of this too: if that roof was totally flat, how are these people on the parking lot able to look up and see him?
Correct.
You follow me?
Yep.
So there had to be a little slope to that roof to raise him up a little bit, so then people on the ground could see him. So that's what makes sense to me.
Yes.
But I just wanted to put that to rest about needing permission to shoot this guy if he's pointing a rifle at the president. Come on, man. No way.
Yeah, we'll see what us armchair quarterbacks, Monday morning quarterbacks, have discerned correctly and incorrectly. We might just learn a bit more today, for that matter. We'll learn more each and every day. But all right, see what's going on with Scarecrow this Tuesday morning.
Well, Steve, now that there's 11th commandment to ease Rain Dead's mind over these Speedos and Gilligan there, he's maybe going to want to add a rider to that 11th commandment, or maybe even establish a 12th to deal with Gilligan in one of his mankinis, and that actually sounds about like that banana hammock you're talking about there, Steve. That may take a dedicated commandment in itself there. But either way, we'll wait for further comments on that. Steve, everybody's familiar with the Southern invasion. I mean, it has kind of died down the last few weeks. There hasn't been any much of reports from the South. And we've heard very little from the Northern invasion, coming out of Canada, over up in the Northeast area up there. Well, Steve, in Western Wisconsin, we've got our own Western invasion taking place. Now, anybody here in the Midwest, upper Midwest, fully know that the official state bird in Minnesota is the mosquito. And show how much they appreciate it. See, the mosquito is a protected species over there. And they have established 10,000 breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Well, the last week or two, we've in Wisconsin here, the humidity has just been all but unbearable, and you throw in 80 to 90 degree temps and whatnot. Them blood-sucking bastards have decided to hop over the river and invade us, man. Let me tell you, I can't remember the last time they were this intense. We probably about last Wednesday or Thursday, I was out mowing, and I'm sure any of the neighbors driving by were thinking, wow, John, he is just being super friendly today. He is waving at us all over the place. Well, if using a tractor with a steering wheel is one thing, Steve. If I'd have been trying to mow with one of those zero-turn, outfits where you got to hang on to a lever on each side, our lawn would have looked like a bowl of spaghetti, let me tell you. And this is out in the direct sunshine, Steve. Generally mosquitoes are going to lay back in the shade, the shadows and such, but it's just been ruthless the last couple of weeks, up in our area. Earlier this spring, for some reason, gnats were a very intense, issue, but those you can deal with a little easier. But no, these bloodsuckers, they are just being brutal this year, and it looks like our humidity is not going to go away. So no, we're stuck with them, man. But mind you, if the humidity does lax and ease up, they just may drift more down toward the Ohio area and such. So you may be going to have to stay down at chin depth in that cement pond of yours there. Oh man. Yeah, which way do I want to go here? I've been listening. I usually listen to Megyn Kelly, on and off on either side of Bongino and such. And yesterday, Steve, she had a couple of very interesting guests. One, he was a soldier from, I don't know if it was in Afghanistan or prior to Afghanistan. He was wounded pretty seriously. Well, I think he either spoke prior to Trump at the rally, or maybe he was going to follow up. Regardless, he was sitting right in the front row, but I don't know if he was on stage or facing the stage now. I actually want to go back and listen to that, yesterday's program again. He and his wife and such. But either way, he recognized that first bullet coming. The supersonic, piercing. He knew what it was right away, and he said he screamed to everybody, but nobody really understood what he was getting at or believed him. And it all took off from there. But it was interesting in that, and I want to go back and look at this too. Everybody's familiar with the pictures where our American flag is waving overhead, and there's claims that it was shaped in the shape of angel wings at some point in time. Now, this fellow that she was interviewing there, he said there was something in the air Saturday, and he couldn't explain it, but he said he's felt this one other time in his life, and that was when, I don't know if it was the IED or what that injured him, but he said he had that same sensation the day that he received that injury. It was life-threatening, but he did not die. And he felt that same sensation in the air, at the rally that day. So, he said, you take it for what it's worth, but that's just his take on it. Megyn, she did read one of the daughters of that firefighter, the father that took the bullet, for his family. one of the daughters had posted a message on his social media or whatever. I suppose it'd be easy enough to find, and it's quite emotional. I'm sure it would draw tears to many individuals. There too. I want to go back and catch that again, from the start. But there's a lot of stories that are coming out of this single event that likewise I'm thinking about that sniper, given the even the extreme shallow pitch of that roof, it still provided him enough cover that it sounds morbid, but I have this picture of this gopher popping his head up over the ridge of that that building, and the anti-snipers ready, but he would have had to pop up to be able to take that shot, and I hadn't thought about it, but it makes sense. In Pappy's first call, he talked about after that first encounter that sniper had with that police officer on the roof there. Certainly, he knew that was going to happen. He was going to have to do it right then and there. So he might have been able to steady and a firm aim for that first shot, and then anything after that was just going to be rapid fire, pulling in the trigger. But I can certainly understand where. But they did say that he was the sniper now was a member of a gun club now, or at least he had access to a 200-yard rifle range. So, given the lack of marksmanship that he carried in high school, he may have been honing his skills a bunch, since in the last couple of years. So that first shot that winged Mr. Trump, I guess maybe those angels were looking overhead. That's what I have for you right now, Steve.
Very good.
Let her go and take care.
And if he'd been honing his skills for a year, two, what was the intended purpose of that? Was he doing that with some sort of sinister intention, which he finally decided his skills had reached the point where he could get the job done? That's good question.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just a few minutes left here on a Tuesday morning. Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, Eagle. Got a couple minutes left here.
Okay, yeah. I want to comment on a couple of things that I heard about the Secret Service, Steve. This woman that's in charge of the Secret Service, still haven't heard from her yet. They heard about from Mayorkas, which is a waste of time. I didn't even waste my time listening to that guy today. But I want to hear from this woman. She should have already spoke out or either step the hell down. If you don't want to tell the people what's going on with the Secret Service, then you need to go ahead and resign from your position. Because it's been more than 3 days now, Steve.
Well, the word
still haven't heard from this woman.
She did put out. She put out word this past day that she would that we will fully participate with the investigation, but she has no intention of resigning or stepping down.
Okay, then. Well, like I said, they need to give an explanation. We don't need to at least give an explanation to Donald Trump. If he's the one that's life is almost taken away from him, to explain to him why security was so lapsed and why this man was able to get into that arena with a gun strapped on his back and climb up to the top of that building. That's what people need to know, and they need to find out why it happened and damn sure why it won't happen again. But here's the deal, Steve, about this J.D. Vance guy. I've learned some things about him after I talked to you. I read about him, and one of the possible reasons why Trump put him in there is because of his age. He's 39 years old, and he definitely can serve 2 terms as president. If we don't have to worry about a 70, 80-year-old man being president, because he'll be less than 45 years old by the time if Trump gets in. And then he can serve 2 terms if he's doing a good job, and he'll still be less than 60 years old. So that's one of the reasons I understand. That's why they might have picked him due to his young age. And hopefully, we'll see what the guy can do, and he'll talk and he'll say what his plans are, and hear what he has to say. But one good news that I did hear about him, Steve, is that they said that he will be, I don't know if that's good news or bad news, given what I just said. They said that he will receive Secret Service attention now that he's been named vice president. Like I said, I don't know if that's good.
Well, I mean, you mean like you don't know if they'll be able to actually do their damn job? Yes, Kimberly Cheadle said, I am the director of the Secret Service. I need to make sure that we're performing a review and that we're giving resources to our personnel as necessary. Yes, she did say that there was a failure on Saturday, but she has no intentions of stepping down. We have to close it out there on a Tuesday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.